do for me. Oh, no one else but you. Oh, say, no one else but you. So where would I be?
Where would I be if not for your love?
Your love's so amazing, and it's better than life itself. Said,
I once was lost, but now I am found.
Father, you love me, yes you do.
Come on, do a dance.
Johnny Copia, you're a miracle worker, you're a destiny changer. Udini every day, and to yet you'll be every day. Johnny Copia, you're a miracle worker, you're a destiny changer. Udini every day, and to yet you'll be every day. Because heaven
Everybody help me say,
Wow, wow. Ladies and gents, shall we please put our hands together for the Trinity choir? They have done a fantastic job. I have never been touched in a while. It's worth the wait. Thank you very much, Trinity choir. I believe everyone should have one of these little flags because we're going to do something. We're here for Ghana today. We're here to discuss Ghana and to celebrate some of the successes that we have been able to achieve. So please, if you don't mind, please stand up for a little bit. We're going to do something very quickly before we have the opening prayer. Ghana, 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 oh say yay, yay, yay. Ghana, 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 oh say yay, yay, yay. Ghana, yay, Ghana, yay, aye. Ghana, 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 oh say yay. Yeah, yeah, Ghana, yeah, Ghana, yeah, yeah. Thank you very much, fellow Ghanaians. Can we please take a seat? I'd like to call on the resident pastor of the church, Reverend APJ, to come and give us the opening prayer.
Thank you. Precious Father, we honor you that you've made this day for us as your children. We bless you for the nation Ghana, that your grace has been abundant over this country. In the midst of the turmoil, as you have kept us safe, we bless you for the peace that we enjoy as a people. And this afternoon in this gathering, we ask that you lead us, that at the end all the glory and the honor shall be unto you. In the matchless name of Jesus. And together all of us shall say, amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend APJ, of the fantastic Trinity Church. We're going to call on the father of the land to give us an opening remark. Before that, I would like us to stand for the national anthem of Ghana.
seri yo. Yes and now say, oh my full brown oh my no seri yo. Oh my no seri yo. Oh yes and now say, oh my full brown oh my no oh yes and now say, oh my full brown
Thank you very much. Please be seated. We have a packed program for today. We are going to discuss Ghana, as I said earlier on. And there will be a session for question and answers. So please make sure you have a question for our fantastic panel and dignitaries who are present here today. I will be introducing them as we go along. It's going to be a bit of a big task because some of them are coming in, some of them I need to get the right titles and so on and so forth. So please bear with me. There are some Ghana Union groups that were invited to this event. If you're here, please do make yourself known to myself or Ike, the guy in the red cap, so we can duly recognize you. Any Ghana groups, any Ghana Union groups, if you're here, please do make yourselves known so we can duly recognize you. At this point, I would like to call on the Ghana High Commission to the United Kingdom. He is the first father of the land to give us the opening remarks. Shall we please welcome him with a clap offering? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Pastor Kingsley Apiaje, pastor of this great church, ministers from Ghana, the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, and executives of the New Patriotic Party from Ghana, the branch chairman, and executives of the New Patriotic Party, officials, officers of the Ghana Union UK, the National Council of Ghanaian Unions UK, compatriots, thank you so much for making it time to be here this afternoon. His Excellency, the Vice President, paid an official visit to the United Kingdom over the weekend. And the Ghana High Commission felt it was important that we have an opportunity to meet the Ghanaian community, discuss Ghana, and then get answers to questions that the Ghana High Commission and its representatives may not be able to have answered you adequately over these past few years. Unfortunately, late last night, or let me say in the early hours of this morning, His Excellency the Vice President received an urgent message that required him to be in Ghana. So I was with him at the airport just a few hours ago for him to board the flight. We couldn't even get the opportunity for him to be given protocol arrangements. He expresses his deep sadness for his inability to be with us. But I'm promising that the next time he's going to be here, and I expect him to be here before he leaves office on 6th January 2025, hopefully for higher office. I'll definitely require him to meet us here. In his absence, there are some ministers from Ghana who are here, chief executives of corporate bodies, etc. We are hoping that before the session is over, they will be able to join us. We are expecting the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Afinyo Markin, and some other deputy ministers to be here. But this is an engagement about Ghana. Let me first commend the Ghanaian community in the United Kingdom. You know, I am proud to say that I'm the longest serving High Commissioner since independence. God has given me this grace. But I came from Ghana to this position saying to myself that I've done so much for the country, I don't think there's anything else I can offer, because whatever one could do, one could have done already. But I came here and I've interacted with Ghanaians in various spheres of endeavor. They've excelled in this country. So I asked myself, if in the United Kingdom alone we have such a human resource, how come our country is in the state in which it is? Then I said, no, the job is not finished. I am confident that the future is bright for our country. And I see that Ghana is on the threshold of a transition. Ghana is in transition to a new generation, a new vision. And I trust that God in his infinite wisdom will let this vision become a reality in the next government of the Republic of Ghana. If past governments have failed to fulfill the expectations of Ghanaians, have failed to let us as a country and a people realize our potential, I believe that the next generation is going to make that difference. And of course, that is what the Bible teaches us. Those who commence reach a certain point, and those who follow take it up. David wanted to build a house for God, but God said, no, I love you, but you will not do it. Who knows? God may do it for us hereafter. And as I conclude my opening remarks, I wish to thank all of you for coming, especially Pastor Kingsley Appiagyei for offering us this auditorium and also staying behind because of this event. Pastor, God bless you. And may you continue to grow younger and younger. As I said, I first met you probably about 20 years ago, but it seems as if as the years go by, you grow younger. May God continue to bless you. And compatriots, we are here as one people, with one common destiny, with one common future. I see a bright future for Ghana. A future where Ghanaians everywhere in the world will be making great strides. And who knows, we may even have a British Prime Minister who's of Ghanaian origin. So I wish all of us well and pray that we have a fruitful engagement. Thank you so much, and God bless us.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Papa Wusankama, Ghana's High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. Our next speaker is no other than the Chairman of YEF UK, Chairman of the Ghana-UK Diaspora Committee, who organized the 2017 and 2019 Homecoming Summit. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Lawyer Bernard Owusu.
Thank you very much, Kwaku. Your Excellency, Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, government institution heads, chief executives, captains of industry, our pastors, our distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I wear many hats, as some of you will know. My role here today is that of Diaspora Affairs. So as Kwaku mentioned, I'm the chairman of the Ghana UK Diaspora Committee. And our first role was to mobilize Ghanaians to Ghana in 2017, which we did successfully. And that event even caused my daughter to relocate to Ghana, where she still lives. In 2019, we organized the second Ghana Homecoming Summit. And again, that was a very successful event. So today I'm going to talk about facts. I think today is about Ghana. We're doing Ghana business. So everything here is going to be about Ghana business. We in the diaspora have many, many issues and difficulties. And what I have done over the last few days is to see where each party intends to meet our needs. As many of you will know, if you want to live in this country, you need to have a passport. Currently, there's a policy that has just been proposed by the UK government, which means that any person that lives here, if you don't have an EU passport or a British passport, but you've got either limited leave or indefinite leave, then you ought to have what they call an e-visa. What I've realized is that an e-visa picks up your ID from your passport or your biometric card, which has always got an embedded identity chip in there. So one of the problems that we face as Ghanaians now is that the UK ID app cannot read our passport because we don't have an embedded chip. And this obviously has been raised with government, and I've been informed that it's something that the government is looking at, because the Ghana card has an embedded chip. So they can replicate that with the Ghana passport. The UK border agency is also aware that Ghana passport cannot be read by its app. So these are some of the issues we have. Now, on the Ghana card, again, that's an issue that most people did not realize until, I for one, until this Easter when I went to Ghana with my wife. So we both boarded British Airways with our Ghana passports. And then when we got to Accra, she told me she can't find a Ghana passport. Obviously, if you don't have a Ghana passport and you don't have a visa, you're not going to be admitted. But thank God, I was beside myself because I didn't know what to do. I mean, the option was to go and speak to an immigration officer, and you know what will happen. You will have to pay Goro. And it's something that I don't do in my life. I totally abhor that. So whilst I was standing, my good friend at that day came to me and said, well, Bernard, do you have a Ghana card? I said, I do. My wife does. So but ask her to come out. So I begged them to go back. She wasn't allowed to go into the plane because for security reasons, once you've disembarked, you can't go back in there. She was standing there really, sad. I said, well, let's go back. So she took out her Ghana card and we were able to disembark. Clearly, that is a policy that has worked. And for me, Ghana card is one singular policy of this government that for generations is going to help Ghanaians. I don't know whether you've noticed, but when you fill your Home Office form, they ask you, do you have a Ghana card? And it's for a good reason. I don't know, but maybe very soon, it's one of the identity cards that they're going to accept. We were told yesterday by the Vice President that the National Identity Agency is going to be here fairly soon to enroll all those Ghanaians who live in the diaspora who do not have a Ghana card. So again, that's a policy that I will recommend. As part of my investment portfolio, I invest in properties, and I've encouraged my boys to also do that. And they've also invested in properties. The big issue we have in Ghana is land title registration. And I see that this current candidate intends to bring in digital registration of our lands. Again, that's a policy that I will encourage. Because when you buy land, as we all know, we were just discussing a few minutes ago, where one of the prime areas in Ghana, the ownership, the freehold ownership, is just 10 because of a court decision. Because normally people buy land without reference to the land registry. And even where they go to the land registry, there are difficulties. Because you could have a land which is registered, but then it's sold on without any registration document, and then you have to settle the dispute in court. So again, that's a policy that I recommend, that if it's going to work, digitization of our land title will be good. We've also been promised by this candidate that if he were to win the election, all chieftaincy or royal or a traditional holders' land are going to be registered free of charge. Of course, he said you only pay for the registration when you're selling the land. Again, I think that's a good policy, because not all of us can buy in prime areas. Not all of us can buy in the cantonments and Labonis and the Ridge and the Airport Hills and the Trasaco. Some will obviously buy in Kaswa and its environs or other places which are a bit far off. And if they are not sure about the investment, then of course that causes a problem. Yesterday I mentioned to the Vice President that I deal with real estate in Ghana. The current investment from the diaspora is between 300 and 500 million a year. And what's happening now is that most of us are buying off-plan. Now, when you buy off-plan in the UK, you are assured that the developer cannot run away with your money. But unfortunately, in Ghana, the developers have not put in place a security or warranty or guarantee system backed by insurance or the bank that will protect your investment. For example, every November we hold the On Point Property Expo at Pasterna, Battersea. And we know that most of the developers who come do sell. They sell millions and millions of pounds worth of properties. Now, most of these properties are sold off-plan. So my proposal to government, which I have sent to the paper, is that the government should replicate what is done in the UK, which is that when the developer starts the plan, because when you're buying off-plan, all you're buying is a space. You're not buying a structure. You can't even register that interest because there's no interest. If it's 100 by 100 and it's 20 people who are buying, or even sometimes 200, because there's going to be 200 apartments, all of you are buying that 100 by 100. Clearly, if it goes bust and you were to share in the sale of the land, you would have lost your investment. But I see it as a good investment because I say my son, who is the chief executive for GRM Daily, he has invested in cantonment. My other son is also invested in Laboni. The only reason why they invested is because Daddy said they should invest. He's the most excited young man because now he has a property in Ghana where every week he gets people who are booking and he earns about $1,000 every single week from that one-bedroom apartment opposite the Australian embassy. So for us, it's an area that the government can benefit from, because if we have children who are born in this country, second, third generation Ghanaians, who can look back to Ghana and invest in there, once there's security in either the off-plan or the buy-to-let property, because most of these things are sold to do Airbnb or Booking.com, because usually you have Booking.com for 2-3 nights or Airbnb for families who want to stay longer. And it's a lucrative business. So again, that's a policy that we will ask the government to look at. The other one that I always raise with government agencies is the duty at the ports. So my Airbnb business, for example, we're doing about $20,000 a month. And recently I said we needed to replace some of our cars for the caretakers who drive around to make sure that the guests are checked in on time, the cleaning is done, and they supervise properly. So I ordered a car from Germany. I was given one duty. So as far as we were aware, we were going to pay an X amount of money. When the car got to Ghana, because the exchange rate, the cities dropped so much or devalued so much, everything that we had budgeted for was really out of sync. And again, I see that this candidate has promised that when you buy your assets here and ship to Ghana, the duty you're going to pay is pegged to the cedi, not the dollar. So whether the dollar is going up or down, it's going sideways or reverse, you will still pay the cedi rate. So if they give you 20,000 cedis, because I don't know whether you know that, once you buy your car and you give the chassis number to the agent, he can tell you the duty. That duty will be the same when you arrive in Ghana. The other thing that encourages me is that because I have many, many small businesses clients who deal in the export business, some deal in the import business, and some of them do the cargo door-to-door and the container full of spare parts. This candidate says that it is a flat rate for every container with spare parts. So the Ghana port duties are going to be pegged to the one in Togo. It will not be above, it will be the same at par or below. These are some of the policies that I will recommend to any Ghanaian who is here. Because after over 3 decades of living in this country, what I realize is that what really will make our country grow is the interest that the diaspora will have in our country. A lot of us come here because we want to better our lot. And we look back to see whether we can also make investments in Ghana. And those investments can only be protected by government policy. So if you have a government policy which is working against businesses, small businesses and medium businesses, then clearly it's not a government that you want to support. What really interests most of us, it doesn't matter the political colors, is that if I put £100 in Ghana, because whatever you sell, you will reap in cedis, I will get the same amount in 2 or 3 years' time. And there is security of investment. To end, this is what I will tell everybody. There are 2 major parties competing. We in this country, we know what a good government is. Now we've seen the Conservative Party suffering to even retain some of the MPs that they've got. It's because of bad government policies. We want a government that listens, a government that is proactive, a government that is business friendly, a government that believes in hard work, a government that is competent, and a government that believes in enterprise. And I, for one, when I'm looking at the policies of all the parties in the UK or in Ghana, what I look for is what will benefit me, my business partners, and my family. And that is the only thing that I can ask you to think of. So whilst you speak to your people at home, whilst you engage with your friends, interrogate the party's policies. Let's do that. We cannot vote on slogans. We can only vote based on policies. And I've told you that a singular policy that for us, that is benefit us most, now is free SHS, the Ghana card, where my wife had lost her passport, but she was able to check out because she had a Ghana card. And for the many other policies that we know the candidates are talking about, all I can do is to recommend that you read the manifestos when they come, you ask questions when they are available, and compare your situation now and what it will be in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lawyer Bernard. Take advantage of the investment opportunities in Ghana for a better future. I would like to recognize a couple of groups and a couple of important personalities in our midst before the next speaker comes up. First, I would like to acknowledge the personnel from the Ghana High Commission. So if you're here, please do give us a wave so we can see you. Thank you very much. Personnel from the Ghana High Commission UK. Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize His Royal Majesty Nana Kwesi Kwesin, President of the Ghana Union of UK. If you're here, please do give us a wave. On his way, I suppose. And also, recognition to Her Royal Majesty Na Chocho Soyo the First, President of the Ghana Congress of Ghana Unions in the UK. If Her Royal Majesty is here over there, thank you very much. Beautifully sat, seated, and dressed. Thank you very much. The next speaker follows on very well from Lawyer Bernard's investment speech. No other person than the person who leads Ghana's investment promotion. And he's been doing that for quite some time now. Ladies and gents, please help me welcome Mr. Yofi Grant to the stage.
Hello and a very good afternoon to you all. Oh, I can't feel the energy. We are Ghanaians, so it's a good afternoon. We expect to see you. It's my pleasure to be here, and indeed a big pleasure, because I've just come running through Europe, trying to elicit diaspora investments into Ghana. And I can tell you, in all my 7 years, it's probably one of the most exciting times that I've had, because I have seen the diaspora actually live up to expectation, and for once actually demonstrate the confidence that, yes, they are interested in where their country is going, and they will put their money where their mouth is. You know, the Ghana story very often is not told correctly. And many of you are here for various reasons. Some came to school, some came for economic reasons, and some for lifestyle changes, etc., etc. But I can tell you that never in our history has the country repositioned itself for positive change more than the past 7 years. Many will dispute and say all sorts of things. But in reality, if you've been there and you've watched it objectively, you will see that Ghana is a place that you should pay a lot of attention to. And very often, as Ghanaians who are outside and Ghanaians, we don't pay attention to it because we left. We have a lot of foreigners paying attention to Ghana. Today, if you go anywhere and you mention Ghana, everybody's ears want to know what's happening. You go for international conferences, they want to understand what's happening in Ghana, because they see Ghana as a spearhead of African emancipation, as a spearhead. And like how many years back, Ghana spearheaded African political emancipation in 1957, which led to Afro-optimism on the continent and drove many countries into independence. Today, Ghana is leading another transformation and changing the African narrative that this is a country that can make it. And everybody believes in the Ghana story. We, as Ghanaians, must believe in the Ghana story. You know, I will be brief. I said the Ghana story, when I go out to speak to investors, I always tell them the Ghana story is represented by 3 O's. And extremely well by 3 O's. But before you even go there, there's one thing I always say that Ghana is unique about, that many of us don't even know. And that is the fact that Ghana, geographically and technically, is the center of the world. Many of us don't know. Now, do you know why it's the center of the world? We are the only country that can claim to be on latitude 0 and longitude 0. So geographically, we are in the center of the world. And there must be good reason why God put us in the center of the world. I believe that makes us special in many ways. Indeed. Many ways God made us special. And that is why we've spearheaded the political emancipation of Africa. And today, we are going to economically drive the changes in Africa and change the narrative. Perhaps it hasn't occurred to many of us. Today, Africa's population is 1.4 billion. The same size when China changed, when India changed. Africa is at that size. And many people say that, well, population alone doesn't mean anything. But Africa has built this largest single tariff-free market in the world in the AFCFTA. Today, 1.4 million. By 2030, Africa's population will be 1.7 billion. It still doesn't hit people. But those who are seriously looking at global growth, they pay attention to it. Do you know why? Because by 2050, Africa's population would have grown to 2.6 billion, 1/4 of the world's population, and every fourth person will be African. But Ghana has positioned itself as a hub to the entry of the African continent. And because of that, we are seen as special. When you come to West Africa, the peace and stability of the region rests on Ghana. And everybody concedes that if Ghana makes it, the rest of the sub-region will make it. But what has happened over the past 7 years? Policy transformation. Ghana has built, and President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has engineered a policy of transformation. Why do I say that? First, he decided that our economy had to transform. Because in the previous economy, where we're just exporting raw materials and resources, we've been doing that for 60, 70 years. It hasn't brought about wealth. But it is clear everywhere in the world that when a country embarked on industrialization and they added value to their raw materials and resources, they changed the narrative. Today, the problems we are suffering under the currency is mainly because we have to import almost everything, when we should be exporting almost everything. By 2016, end of 2016, food imports alone was $2 billion. And yet, 60% of our land is agricultural. Ghana is resource rich, and I'll bring you to the explanation of the 3 O's. I said the Ghana story is told by 3 O's. The 3 O's, the first one is opportunity. Opportunity. And don't take that word for granted, because I am reminded every day when I go to talk to investors that, but you come from a country that is so rich in opportunity. And that is why they are interested in it. And maybe we are here and we don't recognize it. Every year, almost every developed country does an Africa conference because they realize the importance of Africa. And almost every year, every country wants to sign a bilateral agreement with Ghana because they see Ghana as a champion of the transformation of the continent. They see Ghana as a politically stable place that believes in the rule of law and therefore is a leader on the continent. Opportunity. We are a country that has gold, diamonds, timber, bauxite, iron ore, lithium, sodium, granite, graphite, oil and gas. Name it. Rich in resources. In the past, we were just exporting these resources. President Akufo-Addo has decided that no, we can't be doing that. We now have to add value to these resources that we have so that we will have much more revenue at the end of the value chain. And it can't be business as usual. And it's also declared that we need to empower the private sector. Government cannot do all the businesses, but the private sector with initiative and drive can do the businesses. And so we are going to add value to all these raw materials and resources, including our agricultural resources, and export. So I will have revenue at the higher ends of the value chain and create wealth. And I remember when I first got my job, he said one thing to me. He says, I want Ghana to be a place that is the most attractive for attracting investments, but also the best for business. But more so than anything, I want my citizens to be wealthy. We have all these opportunities. We have land. 60% of our land mass is agricultural land. We should be tilling the land. We should be producing more. And we should be adding value. And that is the new direction which we are going. And that is why the policy of the planting for food and jobs and planting for export and rural development all came about. Those are the transformative policies that I'm talking about. And very often, we just drive them away. But they have an impact. 3 years ago, Ghana transformed from a country that was dependent on import of maize to one exporting maize now. So it's changed. There are more young people going back into agriculture. That's an opportunity that we can always. So for those of you who are here, and Bernard did say it, the land is there. The opportunity is there. Never be convinced that, oh, home is too hard. Everywhere is hard. Everywhere is hard. And I can tell you, I've just come back from a road show in 4 European countries, all for the diaspora, to energize the diaspora that home is where the heart is. You come from a land that I call God's own. I believe that God lives in Ghana, and that's where we all come from. And we've got to go back and till the land. So the opportunity is there. The opportunities are there. And with support to the private sector and significant reforms, it's gradually transforming. Planting for Food and Jobs is one that has increased agricultural production. But the foundational policy to ensure that as we move away from exporting our raw materials to industrialization is going to work, because government, again, and President Akufo-Addo said that, look, to make this thing work and make Ghana be like almost all countries that have developed, we need to educate our people. So a policy came in, free senior high school policy, to ensure that our kids, and in the medium term, the minimum education of the average Ghanaian will be high school education. Can you imagine the impact of that? When you go to countries like Korea, you go to Mauritius, name it, Costa Rica, even China, even India, the real impact of the changes they went through from third world countries to first world countries was education. Because you bring a new Ghanaian more knowledgeable, more prepared to work at higher ends of the economy. So that is important in actually exploiting the opportunity that I spoke about. Now, that wasn't all. To make sure that we made good use of our raw materials, and I did say that the important thing was converting from an economy that was built on just exporting our raw materials and resources to one of value. Once again, under President Akufo-Addo, they promoted another policy called One District, One Factory. Many do not understand the importance of the One District, One Factory policy, but it is key. If we need to change the structure of our economy, we have to move away, again, I'll emphasize, from just exporting raw materials and resources to adding value. And the One District, One Factory policy enables us to industrialize gradually. We are not at the point where we can start making machines and spacecraft, but we are at the point where we can make window sills, we can do doorknobs, we can do plugs, we can do light bulbs, we can do the very simple thing that we are all importing. We can do textiles. We can add value to our food. So the One District, One Factory policy came in. Now today, it may be one district, one factory. 5 years, it may be one district, 10 factories, 20 factories, 30 factories. And that is the opportunity that we have. So even as you are here, the opportunity awaits you. And I'll tell you something very interesting that Bernard mentioned. Do you know that at the GIPC, for the first time in our history, in the year 2022, total indigenous, when we say indigenous, Ghanaian investments that were registered exceeded 3.5 billion USD. Extremely encouraging. Do you know that the year 2022, total inward remittances to Ghana that were registered was in excess of 4.7 billion US dollars? That is more than we are even borrowing from the IMF. That is more than we got from foreign direct investments. So the impact of the diaspora can never be lost on us. It's a major important resource, both in the capital that you bring, but also the knowledge, global practices, new linkages to culture that you bring to the market. And that is why at GIPC, we've actually set up a diaspora investment desk to assist those in the diaspora. And that is why government has come up with a new bill, the Homeland Act, that is going to assist us embrace the diaspora in a more constructive way. That is why government is also doing the diaspora policy, to be able to redefine the engagement and make it more profitable for you to come home and help us build the economy. So that was the first O. The second O is openness. Openness, because now this is a government that engages. This is a government that listens and has listened. I am not sure there's ever been any time in Ghana's history that there's been such press freedom and such engagement. But we are open, and that openness has led us to be politically very stable. The fact that we engage, the fact that there is real convergence even on the religious side. When in our history have we seen a candidate who is Muslim be so embracing of Christian faith? The candidate of the MPP today is Muslim, but he goes to churches, he talks to Christians because he believes in the peace of the country. He believes that notwithstanding our religious diversity, we are one. And he's focusing on that, not dividing it. And just not about religion. He's also on the ethnic point, emphasizing that we are one. There can be nothing more important to Ghana's future than knowing that we are one, both with religion, both with ethnicity, and the goals that we are looking for our country. And so if you have to make a decision, it can't be that difficult. We have a situation where we have a flag bearer who is all conceding, who is all embracing and bringing the nation to be one and be that one Ghana that we want. The last O, and whoever gets it right, I'll give the person a box of chocolate. The last O is we are optimistic. We are very optimistic. Many have complained that yes, Ghana, problems. I have been traveling. Everywhere I go, there are problems, even in America, even in the UK. I'm just from Europe. Even in Switzerland, there are problems. The global economy was significantly hit by the COVID pandemic. Make no mistake about it. It's still suffering under the vagaries of global conflicts. And we do not know where the future is. But we are extremely optimistic. And that optimism, despite the recent problems we've had with our economy and engaging the World Bank, do you know that the first quarter of this year, our growth way exceeded the projected growth of Ghana by the IMF. In the first quarter, our growth rate was 4.7%, much more than the IMF predicted. Last year, the last quarter, our growth was 3.8%, much more than the IMF predicted, to the extent that the World Bank thinks that we will achieve growth faster than we even said. Why can't we be confident? Why can't we put our shoulders where the wheel is and even move it further on? We can. And we will. There are investors looking at Ghana keenly. I say that we should create a highway for Ghanaians to look at Ghana even faster than they are. So I think that is a message that I want to give to you. And Ghana is the gateway into Africa. It's no accident that Ghana put us in the middle of the world. When anybody asks you a question, tell them you come from the center of the earth. You do come from the center of the earth. So embrace it. Let's embrace it and look forward to a bright future. It is possible. It is very, very possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yofi Grant. Opportunity, openness, and optimistic. 3 O's for Ghana. You need to be proud to be a Ghanaian because you come from the center of the earth. Good things happen at the center of the earth. Good things happen at the center of the earth. Amen. It is possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Yofi Grant. At this point, we're going to have a short interlude, just a 1-minute musical interlude, DJ, whilst we sort out the next speaker. So, Mr. DJ, if you give us a quick interlude, we will appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Money, oh, money, oh. I don't throw a salute, yeah. Money, oh, money, oh, money, oh. I jump into chamo, money, oh, hey, money, oh, money, oh. I don't throw a salute, yeah. Money, oh, money, oh. So Trinity, you held me close, so closer than a brother, so closer than a brother. Truth is, I gave up on myself, cause my back was against the wall, and it was on you now, yeah. But I gave you a call, and you answered my prayer at once. You made a way. But I gave you a call, and you answered my prayer at once. You made a way. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Me boom pom 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 shamachi. Baby, I'm me friend, baby, I'm a D. Or therefore, one over to me away. Hey, now say me susu musu sisi. Stand back and take account. Or therefore, wait there, it had to be you. Empty money, oh, money, oh. And I throw a salute, yeah, money, oh, money, oh, money, oh.
We would like someone to welcome one of our very important personalities in the house, who was just joining us. So, no other person than the majority leader in Parliament, one of our fellow parties is here in the house. DJ, are you able to find us to be able to usher him in before we continue?
Nane nyankopon kwa me abon kwa bo wo within the yewa when ya me nyankopon to tobo nso bo ade wo ne awurade wo bunkuni twedi ampon yo odoma nkoma nane nyankopon kwa me asase wura ogume nyame e no gura yensu kom wo nyame e nya wa ne amen amonso mo we nyame e uto nsuo na abo awia wo chaso nyame e wonu epem ye eja do nu epem o e da sibre ye papa do nu epem o e Nane nyankopon ye wenu epem o ye eja do nu epem o e da sibre nane nyame o ya de ye awurade wo chaso nyame e wenu epem o oduma nkuma nyame wo sa yeye obaya mawe didiala no ya na ne nyame beya mawo didiala no ya woni obaya mawe didiala no ya na ne nyame beya mawo didiala no ya lesi obaya mawe didiala no ya na ne nyame beya mawo didiala no ya woni obaya mawe didiala no ya na ne nyame beya mawo didiala no ya na ne nyame beya eti pampa yebo eti so ni die no se kai ene mpaibo eti mempaba ene mi arewo ene mpaibo mona obede sedra biga bedna go oja funu mo arade wonso ejo kisonye dara sunya meye meso ya mawe didi ala no yin na ne nyame da ya mawo didi ala no yin awene ya mawe didi ala no yin na ne nyame da ya mawo didi ala no yin. When you have a good idea to learn, you way, why you Nenia Rewo, Nampa Ibona, Rade Shadrach, Nita Bedrago, Wajafunomo, Rade Wanso, Ento Pisonie, Vera Sunyame, Neswaba Yamawe, Didiala no Hiana, Nenya Meda Yamao, Didiala no Hia, when ye. Didiala no Hiana, Nenya Meda Yamao, Didiala no Hia.
Honorable walked in with the Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohammed Amin, is also in the house. You're welcome, Honorable Minister. We also have Honorable Akwesi Akwa, Deputy Minister of Health, who's also the MP for Oda, is in the house. We have Honorable Carlos Ahenkra, MP for Tama West, is in the house. I can see His Excellency Reyankra Resoa, Ghana's High Commission to Canada, is also in the house. I can see Honorable Dr. Kokofu in the house, former EPA boss. Good to see you. I will keep on doing the recognitions as I go along. I see also our very own CEO for Geadec, the man in charge of aluminium, Mr. Ansa, who's a former chairman of MPP UK, is also in the house. I also see Mr. Alex Daddy, a former YEF chairman and current chairman of the KGO group. So thank you very much, ladies and gents. Thanks for that wonderful investment talk. The next speaker is no other person than my very own Wafa, MPP UK chairman, to come up and give us a short speech. Because of the time, because we want to have more question and answer sessions for our dignitaries who are here, we have to restrict the timing to about 2 minutes, Chairman. So you have 2 minutes. I'm going to start the clock.
Thank you very much, Gogu. I love that. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kingsley Edumata Ejapong, of AK, MPP UK chairman. Your Excellency, the Ghana High Commissioner to the UK and Ireland, my own Pastor Kingsley, Daddy, thank you very much for accepting us today. Honorable Leader of the House, Honorable Minister of Finance, party executive, government leaders who are here, and all the members gathering here. I will make mine very brief, just to take this opportunity to thank my church, because this is my church, for giving us such a huge opportunity to showcase Ghana and also letting Ghanaians know what MPP UK government and the government in Ghana of MPP that we have supported so much have done. We have done a lot, and we don't need to be talking too much. I am just urging every single one of you here today that just listen to the good messages, not too much of the social media gimmicks. Let us watch carefully what this government have done in terms of changing and transforming our country. Great roads that has been built has reduced so many accidents that we used to hear, that when a car hit on the ground, 50 people, 60 people are gone. It has reduced for the last 6 months and 1 year. And I think it's a great achievement that we need to encourage and build upon. I wouldn't take that time anymore. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Normally, when we give you 2 minutes, we spend 5 minutes, so I was expecting a little bit more. So, unfortunately, you finished a lot quicker than I was thinking. And then Asamaba. Chairman, thank you for that speech. Thank you very much. The next speaker needs no introduction. Is one of our very favorite chairmen. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Chairman Wuntumi, Ashanti Regional Chairman.
Whom am I? Whom am I? Ote brofo. I will say Obia Cabrofo. Enti Mediano Samia Uku say Menkachi. Enti Muma Musama Sami. Yo, His Excellency. Ane empanimfo Mo UK ha any UK executives made in Chiastronko every Ghana and a debre munina. Na me babe to quite no say to nyum ewa hase. Na ushe said the Ghana for mo to nyum na ho fe anije ani ahokeka was of bani onyankopon hira wo no wa asori nyina. Yenua Yofi Grant wakasapa na brofo ya brofo ena twi so ye twi Matra UK has said 27 years ago na mete croydon ha na ma pra streets bebre wa croydon ha say Titru, lower discom, and ne Addington. Pra mababe pra wa hase no. Me say anon kwano a chair PhD a bebe bo no wo UK hase. Na obi a watu kwan bia no apese oye adwumaden na mre bi so a watumi akofie. If you say, Sawudi edua tu nsuo mu a entimi na ne opata na se entimi na ne fish enti saa so na emfa ho ne nkrata wo wa ha untimi na ne hase ni de beye bia no wo ye Ghana ni enti sa Ghana ye better ana bema wo so ho atɔ na wo so watimi akofie sa obeye ketuo sa obeye kesio eye pa Enunti uba ha se uba no aba be ye dwumaden ewa ha na odi akofie na say ade sa ye flag bearer party leader and the vice president wa ha say ya the policies are odi to akwam no it never happened before in any world ye krom Ghana said the America say matna UK ha say no na matna Ghana so no me huru no pefe say Ghana is changing faster than Europe. Ghana is changing. Your country, our country, my country is changing faster. Your problem I want to say from 1992 ebe pemo de Fourth Republic no aye MPP NDC into obia ba mfie nwotwe a na obia no pese so aba mfie nwotwe de a ene ye wo so kɔ na party foforo mra. Ghana will never develop unless we keep one political party, we let them stay in power for long, before we can have the big transformation to develop our country. Mutie, yefra bibi political transition. Sir, MPP onyankopon mane masa. So wulu super. Na se NDC ba. The atiene se omu wo 2 years a. I was omu de behwehwe contract. Eni nyuma ya ye ne ade ye nyina. Enti se wo ye MPP ni o, so wo ye NDC ni o. There is no development for 2 years because afa ne ye appointment ne ade nyina. Media minima dear to say finance minister mo and honorable Afanyo Markins mo. But I can learn fast or I learn fast. I learn fast. Unim say yes sir political transition no a my country ni nyina no nyuma ni nyina no stay back. Na say stay back pa aye country no and your development no a delay na say suffer. It is a one to me and one political party be amena to us one cha. Would the 2 years aye? Would the 2 years in the year now the 1 year now the year development. Another year no aye election year 4 years. Aye 4 years. Na Mr. Mumuntie ni ye ahana nyansa ni nimdeɛ wɔ. 2024 elections is a Northern election. When I say it's a Northern election, it's a Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and John Dramani Mahama. So be it. It's these 2 people and Yakoto Maswaba. Backward the vice president and Wababe the president da. And about so aya vice president and Wopes will be the president. And say aya dear na waye na dear na opesa woye. Na aya dear na and this for no more power, or man yet na MPP by ya babaye. This is about policies. Now, who shall say John Dramani Mahama, a former president, J. Kufoni Din Kakaye, or see Obia no ubetime di Ghana su in fear 9, now dia Udia Ghana. Anna John Mahama and Subetina Fieno, or no Subaka say. Obia ne ho obetimi adi Ghana president no the 4 years atimi ama Ghana develop it. Say dear na asia say wo mfie na ipe according to your constitution we nyamra de ma Mose we kamra Ghana honorable Afanyo Markin mo atena parliament na o ma hyehyɛ ade amaye ne agi atum. And he said 4 years a pet and a John Mahama say Oba no Oba bedia. Now on one so swaka say Obi and who bet me de 4 years na ye development. I yet there crana de kind I was wogina. Now Mr. UK for any young man who were broached there. We young call for a mutimi busa question ye pa. Na my dream more pi. Because my questions are umbebusa mu fie kura no and okra wan hwe ha untimi answer na ne papa no aba na obebusa question ye wo UK hai enipa mienu aye ye wura Bawumia okọ a ye to aba ne de mano o 8 years enti se okọ a obetimi aba ye nua John Mahama ye to aba ne mano a ontimi mabie. And tisa wo soma omumienu so omo okọ Ghana na wo pa so wo sika bi se so omo kọ a omo nto ade bi mfamra wo yuka ha omumienu mu de he na obesoma no me pese me busamu o omumienu ho mu de ya aya ho ya de okọ aba ne friend say I didn't see, and I was saying, wasting your time. I was saying, no way home. Need me make a decision. Development of our nation will not fall from heaven to earth unless somebody who has a plan. And the person who has a plan is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Ghana is going to be interesting. Our country is going to be interesting in 2025. If you look at the policies and the plan our flag bearer is holding and sharing with us. So what should I say? All kase yewra no din ka be kasa ye minua all kase say nyina believe say Togo ye duty free meboa anya sa na yaka no na minua ba no o kana brofo o say it's a benchmark. Ghana duty cannot be higher than Togo duty. Sana na no kind of brofo. Na emu bi there. Yati ase say Togo omu duty semono aye duty free. Enti sa Ghana so ba be ye duty free a. Ye nuanom a omu wa brochire nyina no. Ade na omu hwehwe. Ade a omu hwehwe ne say ombetima ye adwumaden no ombetimi de omu sika to bibi na omu de aba fie na omu ba beton. Anya sa. Enti sa Ghana Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia saw the duty free Maya Yempe. Yempe. Na me de me kasa ne beba wie no. There is one policy Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the Akufo-Addo government a year next month. Ye de ba obi abehu. But di Akufo-Addo achia ko the whole Ghana. And the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia chiako the whole Ghana. Ghana. Baby ya ko ye bia do obia ka eho asem aye yakwan akwan ana obia ka ho asem. Na Ghana kwan no sabe anya MPP ba pawanti ana akwan no ba yo. Akwan no na wo hodada. MPP ye problem pa yenya ebi wo ho no de ase na communication for no nkasa communication for no kasa pa they are doing well onu say ye ba no na averages ne ye 10 e ba na e de ko 16 no e kire say more development and e ko ho na ya kwan sin government bia from 1957 abepem ne no government and the betimi de ne ho compare Akufo-Addo ene Bawumia government ni nyina chi a se ufri Accra na wo kọ Kumasi a ye yi akwan fufuro na ufri Achimota na wo de kọ Pokuase ene amasamai tunsabamu no Jesus Christ. Mesi omu wie kwan no a landing ha de mu bi agesa America ne Canada mo ana sa kwan no mu behu bi wo ho mesi mo ba na mu behu na kwan a ye wo ye kuro mu a Sofoti is Legon Same awukuti is Legon first no muntie ni ye na wo ko is Legon a na ye kwan ba ko pe ana na de ko se siya me no kasa yi uba na ba be hwe overhead bia Bawumia government ye free aye sprinters ho no e dia link to aye East Legon ho a obia wo ho a na opesa okokotena East Legon ho. Ghana is changing, Ghana is developing, Ghana is changing, our country is developing, our country is changing. Now aye next month nkwano every constituency be 276 constituencies. Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia say esansa Ghana nyina no o ma complain ewo rose nti no constituency bia no ye ma one brand new grader, ye ma one brand new roller, ye ma one brand new water tanker, ye ma one brand new piloder, ye ma one brand new excavator, ye ma 2 tipper trucks no ka man for ntiase anwiaka, ye ma anwiaka mienu, ye ma anwiaka mienu. Na sa wo sa niema we nyina no wo constituency a na ye 276 a mu hunu se sabe sa MPP for kra no se yentimi nya Ghana kwan nyina sabe Ghana kwan no bebre no ebeye mre ama yatimi afa kwan no so ama yaw no atimi asusu So we are not perfect government, but we are good to manage Ghana economy. We are not perfect, but we are good in terms of management. MPP government, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia government is good. So, as an MPP regional chairman, I'm pleading to everybody here to call somebody, for somebody to call somebody, that 2024 December 7th elections, if we want Ghana to develop, we should vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He's the future of Ghana. May God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Chairman, to me. Chairman has set it off. Yeah, tree speaking, string and on the end of the tune to us. Chairman, I mean, so, Ghana for one year, I'll see it to the tune, Efrafra. Yeah, I say, Chairman, people recognize the groups we are, you invite you, and there, but I call you UK Zongo community, represented by a number of their members led by Alhaji Marafa. So Alhaji Marafa, if you're here, give us a wave. Thank you very much. You're welcome to the house. Me present also, me recognize in the house, MP for Yendi, Honorable Farouk Mahama is in the house. Honorable, thank you very much. Also, Bishop Francis Sapon, General Overseer, Calvary Charismatic Baptist Church, Bishop Nyamishirao Akwaba. The next speaker, somebody I admire so much as the MPP UK Communications Director myself. Mahama people. Pages in the Nana Komia is a former member of parliament, former minister, former communication director of the MPP, and now vice chairman of the Bamia campaign team. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nana Komia.
Because we don't have a lot of time, I will just go straight to my message. Chama want to me tree no MP to say what they and papa chow. Me the befrafra. Because I'm a challenger, I'm a good many massive. Na Osha yang Ghana. Your economy ya. A free 2017 babeto enne. Ubetimi achemu mienu. Imre na COVID emba yeno. Eye 20 if you mean 2017 echo 2019. Na COVID emba wiase. Na Ghana economy no. Eye one of the best in the world. Kwen biaso. Oshe CD na honden a free 2017 by 2019. Oshe interest rates. Oshe GDP growth. But GDP growth crashes an economy we move trend. It was Ghana economy GDP growth was the best in the world. 8%, 2017, 6.5, 2018, 6.2, 2019. And a COVID bar 2020. COVID bar if we are seeing more UK ha munim kwanya COVID edemo faso. Be bosomi miensa o se na munya prime ministers best miensa. Ninya COVID. Amani hu a COVID de buy. And a COVID amani hu nso no edaso wo ho. Effect no edaso e wo ho. Ghana nso e economy no ebe pascal COVID no buy. Eti economy na enyi 8%, 6.5, 6.2. 2020 a shine bar from 0.8. That's about a 70% loss or drop in the GDP. Tiabema yenka any GDP, near no GDP debt ratio. Ebema ikano kosro. And a bonifren we are called debt crisis. Because GDP any uka. They say we pay uji $100 busumina udeka 40 uji £100 now deka £40. Now we pay no about 60 and now £50. We say okano in relation to what the total we pay one okano kosro. Sane kobai GDP no shine free 6.5, 6.2 to 0.8 no. Ema ekano ebe dozo. And you're calling to debt crisis. But then you're Ghana nkwa sena medical can we are senior. Nancy na otwe me ya poboatin mu ankasa mo poboatin ba Ghana. No be kan say baby ani we see ha eniema bo particularly aduane bo ansesa. Nanso obetia yesi odabi. Man oyeni na ba beto Ghana no. Enfa COVID ho. Akufado aban na enyade. Inipa yo mo kan sa ansem. Mo call brochure a eno mo kan COVID asemo ene oyene a COVID e de abre Africa. But mo ba Ghana say akufado na onyade into na Ghana economy no apaska. Yemfa ntonchen. Ebe mia ye ni netime ye hu afri oyene a COVID de abai. Amanu P called IMF, the National Monetary Fund. Yes, and the yanko. Ya besheni etimi tree and more remove. Yet in Shishaya ba say between a boy and a year free. Amani huna COVID de abano. Yanko IMF. Inti the BB and Shishabi by a friend with e-levy. Electronic levy say digital payment kakra betis ubichess kakra. Na Shishaya ye no say kosa nanka ye penwa. Kanenku inhu hiase nkebe ko IMF. Na so hyehyɛ na nkɔbase na ye penodo. Parliament for yenwan bi so mo mpini ma ebetwe ya na situation nso ye worse. Ti eventually aban dia kokudro kan say ese ko IMF. Edro na enyu na so fa na be mo aho atowa better so be fa na sanso ubewu. Nti e ko IMF. Kakra economy no free. Amani huna ye call COVID mono. Na mwarishe mu se yetimi etoa so se na chama wontumi kan ya. Enche bia be free oye nemokra. Say na finance minister wa have obeka ne ho asem. Nipa na ede omoka ya yen hwehwe ma sei eka no nya eba ba bia ebetimi ama o ma na konanim. So now we try me omni creditors in ya by into agreement. So no free hono. And chebia sika say ye release in a ball manum ye be release. Fata start people say ba the projects ya chama want to me can akesi nya ye block sika no because of yenka na cost no o de compare your economy no. They say she share na finance minister ni creditor nations including UK akomunti no. Says Kenya ba be release. This our project in ya ba be hu. Na nche bia nso no credit anaf Ghana no e be sha say ba. Na ye ba be ye elections. December ya yenya yenim. Senator ma want to make kan ye no. Enipa mi nu titru. John Mahama ene Mahmoud Baumia. Why na yemfa 2 minu enhye nsem na asra meba no so kra oyene yachi COVID echire ni oyene ene omani hu ede abre Ghana economy no eni wiase nyia no nima bi wo ho a yetimi mia ye ni aye o Ghana wo hwe free SHS a ebi nsi da wo man no ye de ba ye nwia no besi ye ntimi mfem ba Kwame Nkrumah kra ntimi amfa mba nanso ye de bai emenne Ghana nkola omonya secondary school free anka omonya sa akwenya no ebro 600,000 e free 2017 betonne asking sa nkola no se nkenye free SHS a komo ntimi nko secondary school na ehun susu anso no ye nya ehun ye enche bia ebehu ehun susu anso Ghana kola bia ye be wonu obenya free SHS. Who free no chia. Sa digitalization. Se no na chama wuntumi gina so o ka se ye nema esesa wo Ghana kra Europe ha na bi wo ha na ndu ho. Sa digitalization ye dey bay. Be ma o manu konkan akonenim pa. Ene ye Ghana card. Ghana card no che so bia wo Ghana wo one identity. Em sa ha de munim sa de no bia wo na identity card. But yen de no na yesrunku wo mu ni se a digital identity. The digital identity che say ubi bia wo so when nikosia wonsa ninya wo so. Men na ukuta sa Ghana card na wo free. Abroche ha na oba Ghana na hu passport a obetimi de Ghana card no aba. Na se wo sa identity no. Eyade a udwen hu se anadeda de yatena ho na ye ni sa identity. Because so call amanoni amohanum say no ma sa identity ni wo ho. Obedwen hu sa ntina Ghana ye ni sa identity. Nse na ye de aba nipa 17 million. Eni amo mo Ghana ka do bia kuta ni identity digital identity. Na sa card no enche bia ebeye the basis of total transformation in the Ghana. Ujina no so mene upese uto electricity a sana hamoye no ya wote odem uboki mienu miensa bi wo phone so a what electricity ansa na no ba no pese uto electricity a utu car na unantiko obi ono aye ni store ton electricity ukono apon a ohu achew anasenso to a ohu achew but the neno digital ejuma na ye dey ba before ejuma ye dey ba Ghana nti to feel between at electricity o pese o twa water bill o to feel between water bill o pese o high bus pese o ye den o to feel betimi aye essence digital ejuma ya ababedi mu e wo Ghana your friend interoperability o pese o diska koma o ma me wo eyi ufo abrochi episode diska koma ma me obetimi ehun ya so be call Western Union obetimi abonu straight na call ma me ho call ni phone so first no who MTN now they call Vodafone enye interoperability here they abey enunti no ehun hia say Vodafone and I say and them from Telecel and also they call MTN ni nya ebeko na yen de no kra de nya network to network pe yeah dear no utimi eye interoperability no between bank accounts ntu betimi yi sika free bank account to the akoto momo now they are sending obi and I betimi yi sika you momo mu dey to bank account mu Africa ha been see Europe ha kra no enye bebia na biasi say ubetimi move sika between your bank accounts. And then you will be what Ghana. Na upeso ya usisa auto a health insurance. First no nam nkran be na ya block lolly kwan bi. E wa ko na health insurance office wo ho. Na nipa ne ba be to health insurance on ba be renew. Na ne o ma bo dumpim na lolly kwan ya block. And no person to health insurance utu them utu fee waiting out to health insurance. Your networking hospitals in here, all the teaching hospitals and the regional hospitals and the district hospitals, your network. It's a no record. If we Tamale teaching hospital near refer about comfort notchia. Ubeko comfort notchia no record. You do Ghana card your boy will number the record in here. Your networking in here, your networking pharmacies. Into uko phone so now boy pharmacy say wo area ho nyan ebeba na draw na o hwehwe no bogumu a ebe chere pharmacies a e was and draw ni ne bo na wo ring your ma obetimi atwia digital out till them and there were a friend drone delivery him say third world country nye bebia na kwan ne ye ya set up drone centers drone here abefore a small aeroplanes here to here. Ama no o a Caribbean sina sebi owo akaw na yare bi aba na ohia moja. O frɛ drone center na omo be deliver a drone say snake serum owo a drone na say moja e be deliver drone e dey abeto baby awo ho. Na Ghana drone delivery service no the whole world any the largest to Africa. I know so ekoso. Even though COVID aba be higher no and maybe wo ha yakoye nim. Na say am dey kan ya ba be election December ya nipa no emienu John Mahama Bawumia. Esi etimi yi baako. John Mahama yi also what be friend 24-hour economy. Ubisa omo a it depends on na ubisa na semro. So there be a bar between aton wache after 6 p.m. Kuafo between aye juma 24 hours. Meaning some the street light beko kwa enuma na wetimi akodo banche anajo 8 o'clock. Just say when ya na say they bidum sit matisi aye njata na kenka una. But media nankrofu yi eken John Mahama. Yes, you'll be a waye bidano. Any Santuane so. Obedi o man so 2012. Or the BB friend no private sector development strategy. I know say about be peja Ghana economy do. Na juma krankre juma adimu na peja economy juma piaba. Omo launch in 2011 say omba be 2015. And nyema a normal Kenya for 24-hour economy no. Ninya was our private sector development strategy. Omunya Kenya obey president. No de buy a dum so. Inti and then no bit some bit now I cut the same things and me the way beba me the way beba me the way beba. Ninya no Kenya na was our strategy no. Anya juma. Na kwatre kwa. Oso be ma untuma na so tie anything. Na Yera Bawumia a ono ne John Mahama na pre or say 2025 enye 2016 niema sesa just say den hwehwe foforo eba ne ni so ade ehunu ne se ne friend no macro economy sidi na ho odin eniema bo ode adwen foforo eba ba kone ne se ye to go there woye mamu ha gold nso eyeden esika eni ye tu sika enunti no ye the gold no ye be top no more na ye de abaki yen sika no sidi no UK ha muti pound no ahoden no pi no gina gold na ewo Bank of England more about 4,000 tons of gold. And until na euro ba muzimu de multiply pound because mun onjina so kese bi. Na Ghana no ye need to gold. UK ha mun to gold. And so ye gold no ye 8 tons per. UK ha more over 4,000. Ti ba omi ase ye be 2 ye gold no. Ni a refine no to the London bullion standard. So na ba ye betimi e dia back e dia so ye sika no. E be boa e ma ye sika no e gina. Na ne obni say se ye nyem say sika de dollar. Musu musika yi pound sterling ye and it say dollar na and tie no convertible between the atade wa broche between the atade wa manone and now be bia because between the pound and atade. Untimi fa seed in atade. But between the gold in so atade. Into what gold that seed na sia. Se seed no ho chere no a the gold no be support seed no. Or the share ba na mas yenya sa akwenya no. And then oil ya yetoi o the dollar into the seed no asesa no into dollar na de akoto oil petrol. yɛde biribi aba yɛfrɛ no gold for oil. Yɛde seed no ɛtɔ gold. Yɛde gold no atɔ oil. Because it means seed no ntɔ oil. But between the seed no, between the gold atɔ oil. Near the seed no ɛtɔ gold. In effect, seed no ayɛ convertible kakra. Because gold near the seed and ɛtɔ ɛwɔ Ghana. Yɛmfa dollar na ɛtɔ. In effect, yɛde seed no ɛtɔ. And also aboa ama seed no enya hoɔden kakra. Na ɔba ɔbɛhyɛ saa adwuma num kena pa. Afei yɛn sika ahoɔden no nso gyina government no yɛfrɛ no fiscal policy. Finance minister has ɔbɛka sɛ ɔbɛkyerɛ aseɛ yie. But sɛ wopay 100 cedis. Na bosumi sika wudi 150 cedis. Just over deficit of 50 cedis. To the cap. And no or the share bar. Sika yedibeye and budget. And tra 5% of the previous year's tax revenue. Senebeya. Yen spendi sika no in a way a be affect sidino a hoarding. Or the share eba. Afei, enema pia aban eye. Na minwa wuntumi kan road si. Road si dodo na ye besia. Besia so kobo abetwa. Wentwa wo sidi na ho de beko. Na ba omiase enema ni bi wo ho a eye commercially viable. Commercially viable che say wo de ma obi no ya, obenya ho mfaso. Inti sa enema ni nya no be ye free. Aban budget mu fano se Accra Kumasi yenya enim se na quality nke nya no 6 lane a nke epe and ofri Accra Kumasi 242 kilometers obedi don hwiri num 5 hours because a kwan is single lane but sa kwan no kenya no 6 lane nke ya nsa ban niska but odi ma private sector bia because a commercially viable just a cars na faso no o de ma private sector be no hwe cars na faso no the toll better so e bia 10 years betenika ye wo ankrankra juma private sector banks no omujuma no nti o de sa o de hihye ba be ma private sector ba na e kwan ti say Accra Kumasi Accra Takrade Accra Flawo cars no faso no it be my private sector more my year ne ya tolu sana mo ye wo UK na enu na free aban budget mu no sound the tax reform eba Ghana higher entry tax direct tax ye ndu 4 million normal can ye ni more the friend informal sector esa Ghana card ni nyame yakopon chade 17 million nipa na omkuta Ghana card no ama omo a omunni omuntwia eto direct no yetimi ahye omonso because of the Ghana card inti nipa be said 13 to 12 million na entry direct tax they say because of Ghana card you may be omunya wo ti no ani say ayen hwehwe na omonso abetwa to kakra obi o fie oba be plumbing oba be painting obetwa no 300 cedis 400 cedis your friend informal ontwia but in a Ghana card into ye nimu no ndi odin hwehwe ba flat rate nya bibia afi na ko fill forms be 10 pages there be flat rate we a plumber if I say oh the 100 cedis bosome we electrician 100 cedis bosome we a painter 100 cedis bosome ubetime atwa wo phone so na wanya o receipt wo phone so na ukoto bibi ti say electricity ana nsuo na untwi asa atuo na untimi se na be obia we have so we plumber we electrician we there unso betwa 100 cedis you say I come in 2 minutes enti sa hihye all day bay na fe export drive ne me bi wo ha ehun ni faso se e bekra chicken emo But in needy national drive, but I'm asking about the power of the presidency, but tie say Jumaiso. Na yetimia develop chicken industry, rice industry, na san menemenya ehun yase the dollar eba beto. Na esanse mo 2 minutes ma mentwa so. Into the baumiani Jomama etu senior swa. Say Baumio kan kufa do ho. Ena economy na say and omu ye dre and corruption and a family and friends. Sa suboy the boy aban ya. Nyam kopon chade. Muhammad ono so be president. Sa suboy the boy akufa do aban ya. O hwe John Mahama aban ya. Sa family and friends John Mahama breso and asakasa no ba Ghana. No de ba Ghana Samre ne friend no aban bagbin and no speaker. About corruption, John Mama Bank, America, me chairman, Miensa, and 9 beam who be dream. I confirm, Kotam Ghana for 9 million, de money per bag, so I confirm. Yeah, who maybe I confirm. Yes, so much to Burkina Faso. Ufri wa the same Nipana Santam 18 million, so often quite quiet or not. And it's JBN, and in a can't count. It's about corruption, about the economy. John Mama, the uncle IMF, and I'm Ebano, don't see the impunity, Dre. Then go no catch as a undi president, don't mean can was it. Dre Ben is a chance. Inti Subobia on the bebo Akufado between the Mahama. It is a see a pet alternative, intimi and yet John Mahama. Because your man queen yanida. Ono crowd and yamin chade on yam fear 95. President Biama Ghana. The first step, onya mfie 95. Mahama do no kwanya mfie 95. Nanso ne djuma no anso Ghana fo anim. Emenu nti no yekoye election no Ghana fo 2 na ban no eguye. The only sitting president in the 4th Republic, Yamano, second term. Rawlings nya second term. Kufuor nya second term. Akufo-Addo nya second term. Mahama nkwa. Nti ne djuma no Ghana fo ehu ne djuma no. Enso many. Baomia e mojamono adwen foforo. Enti sese e pe alternative. Na wetimi e de adwen foforo aba. E de atoaso, e de abibi foforo a entimi enye Mahama. Because on nsa no ye hunda. Na se be kan kan no. Aye bida. Ene to anaso. Nye obi a ye ma wa kwenya no. Odi en call ditch. Enti Banyansa for yesi yetu mube yankamo asem. Timide masen ba bewie ene. Na eche ne kwanya ba yebesen di nkomo. Eda masepa.
Thank you very much, Nanakomia, for that inspirational speech. Say I can't say Ghana or IMF, you will not know say IMF. The Indian America sa Jumanini be anywhere matter say a pam nefi Jumam. Compared to Tama na NDC for call IMF. Any more cancellations are you cancel here. Say you can't you will never know because the Jumanu Guzu Koso, maybe a Koso Kama, public sector workers, you Triomoka. When you increase crab administration. Into bold solutions for the future idea, you to be found compare any of JM's policies. Thank you very much for that, Nana Komia. My next speaker, I think, has gone AWOL. Oh, yes, he's around. Apologies for that. He's here. So my next speaker is no other person than the Director General of the National Lotteries Authority and the PC parliamentary candidate for Kwapim North, former MPP youth organizer, former MPP organizer, my brother, Samuel Uku.
Thank you. Now, you didn't add that former Deputy Communications Director to the very venerable Nana Komia. My boss any day. Excellency, Majority Leader, Minister for Finance, men of God, and ambassadors here, party executives, Nana, no men friends, All I can say is boys, boys, and girls, girls too. Good evening. So, I'll just spend 2-3 minutes. In March 2024, 15th March, I saw Modern Ghana online, 2024 polls. Dr. Omane Boama predicts 57.3% victory for Mahama. This was March. The MPP had not started campaign. We started our campaign in May. Then again, 23rd May 2024, NDC National Chairman Esiedun Ketia, my joy online, NDC will win by 52%. So in March, they were leading by 57. In May, it's 52%. I pray July will come early. And then December 7th. My job here is simple. I think this election is an election that is a contest between the past and the future. The past and the future because on the ballot paper will be a retirement package for a former president. And on the ballot paper too will be a vote that you need to cast for your future. There are some of our colleagues here who came down to register. And some you have so much influence on family and friends back home. Finance Minister and the team are here, so I'm sure they will go into figures. And just as Nana Akomia has spoken extensively about the policies of Dr. Bawumia, we've had the opportunity of engaging the youth across the country in all the 16 regions of Ghana in the first phase of the Dr. Bawumia campaign. In their eyes, you see hope. In their eyes, you see a positive mindset towards both solutions. I am clear in my mind, this election will not be an election that will be somebody winning by 0.something%. Or the person who will win, and we are on the winning side. Because if from March, the NDCs owned from their own polls, in March they were leading by 57%. I'm not saying it, they are director of elections. And in May, their national chairman is saying that they are winning by 52%. If March, only April in between. So between March and May, 5 percentage points down, then I think that we are in for a good run. But we will not be complacent. We'll campaign for every vote. Our tour around the country, where I found it most refreshing was even in the Volta region. For the first time, I saw people fighting over NPP t-shirt. So, if anybody is sitting there and thinking that this election, the NDC's mentality was that if the NPP wins, then it's been a rigged election, then they don't get it. When we're visiting market to market, house to house, NDC were never doing that. Just now they've started. So our colleagues here in the UK, here you have your own problems. And the conditions that we face is global. And if anybody doubts the effect of the COVID, for the first time, London was under lock and key. People could not go out. People could not worship. Brothers could only do a hi-fi or wave. People could not hug each other. The world was at a standstill. And I will compare these two administrations, the MPP NDC, to a contractor or a builder. One builder, and I'm mason a inyano, we sit down and see her. In Suanto, we are more. A dynasty wa ni driguye. Then you have another contractor puts up a building. In your toy, a dino shianyano. A we are boy, a dino shianyano. And an earthquake, a buy, and a swa, a die away. You cannot tell me, sir, because Bakon also dine driguye no. Oh, dear, in your toy, uncle, a we are a boy, yes, so uncle, but an earthquake, I will need a home control. So the NDC, comparing the NDC to us, even though we are all political parties, but it will be like comparing apples to oranges, not because we are all fruit, but they be the end there or more makeup near different. Mr. Mahama on the campaign trail and the NDC on the campaign, they are not offering any tangible solution to any of the problems. Okay, say you want to scan through and talk about 5 major policies of the NDC, you won't get it. But we have been able to propose solutions. We've admitted where there are challenges. And let me be very honest. We haven't been a bunch of saints in government. But on the balance of probability, the MPP will be a lesser evil to NDC any day. Man to man, policy to policy, we are the men and the party with ideas. The first batch of people that Kufuor time, ye mamenom, ye nuamanomwa, omunya free maternal care under President John Ajekum Kufuor. We have calculation now. That first batch of free SHS students were the first batch of a mofra warm under free maternal care. It was under the MPP that we had that free maternal care. Under the MPP that we had the health insurance. Under the MPP that we had the livelihood empowerment against poverty. Under the MPP that we had free SHS. There has not been a single social intervention brought by the NDC on any day. But they are experts in Saudi Arabia, no maseno. And that is why I believe that it is a shared responsibility to keep the NDC far away from the governance of our country. Because NDC are buying power nanka ye call COVID di moi and we are no more UK. And say bedu bebu be ruwa kruwan where we feel ntimi nkan ni petu. Even here in the UK, people were dying on daily basis. But back home, anya nebusuafo ni adofo e wo ho no. Na nado aban any Dr. Baumia aban to me preserve lives. The government had to make a choice between the economy or human beings. Other governments made decisions. Doctors had to decide who to live and who to die. But in our country, our government, President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Baumia had to make that decision that let's protect lives. But I'm confident. Say, baby, nanado name penifo. Dr. Baumia and the team are on That's why we are moving to the next chapter. And I'm confident that this next chapter, Nyamito Insurance Yoguswa, and this covenant keeping God keeps his covenant with us. I'm sure in January 2025, you will have another NPP administration return to Jubilee. Madam Munas.
Yeah, that's it. So, next speaker is no other person than our very own Mr. Anthony Cabo, former MP for Laura, a member of the Baumia campaign team, and a former Deputy Minister of Roads and Highways. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Anthony Cabo.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, the High Commissioner, the chairman of the party, our branch in the UK, the Ghanaian community here, our ministers, leader of the House, and all members of the campaign team, particularly the delegation from Ghana. I just want to stand on the same protocols. The last time I was in the UK was at a youth event. High Commissioner, I'm sure you recall that a few statements that I made landed me into some troubles back home in Ghana. But I just want to put a few things in perspectives so that at least we can all appreciate where we have come from and where we ought to go. Our party today is one of the most popular parties in the country. And I say this on the basis of what has happened in the various election cycles we've been through. We are also one of the most resilient political parties in the country. We've been in opposition for 35 years. We know how to take care of ourselves, mobilize ourselves, and recapture political power. His Excellency President Kufuor broke the jinx for our tradition in 2000. President Kufuor was contesting against a sitting vice president. In 2000, we won that election in a runoff. In 2004, we won that election also outright. In 2008, we selected a new leader of our party in the person of His Excellency, the current President of our Republic, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in 2008. In 2008, Ghana was faced with so many problems. In Greater Accra alone, we had water crisis in Greater Accra in 2008. We had motor courts that were arresting taxi drivers, trotro drivers, and actually prosecuting and fining them. This is in 2008. We had this ominous problem on our head as a government, the murder of Yana and 40 others, which was a major political football for our opponents. Fuel prices on the world market was inching about $120 a barrel. Prices of fuel went up. In the face of all these problems, we elected Akufo-Addo as our leader, and he ran one of the most difficult campaigns, traversing the entire country, 200 constituencies. Even under those difficulties, the first round of the election, Akufo-Addo led with over 100,000 votes. In 2008, but for our deficit in our parliamentary seats, Akufo-Addo would have been president in 2008. It tells you that the MPP is loved, the MPP is growing, the MPP is popular, the MPP is the party of choice for Ghanaians. We are faced with the same situation, and I'm sure one of the biggest regrets of President Kufuor was the inability of the MPP to continue. It took a President Akufo-Addo to come and save the National Health Insurance Program, which was one of the most far-reaching social intervention policies ever implemented under the Fourth Republican Constitution in the history of our country. No social intervention policy at this instance could affect close to over 11 million of the population. Today we are talking about surely well over 20 million people captured under the scheme. President Akufo-Addo saved that important social intervention that President Kufuor put in place. Many of you who lived here before Kufuor came into office had to send money for healthcare, for your families, your friends, and all the other people you left back in Ghana. Today, that's not the case. We have gone to an election as a family. We have elected a new leader. I am happy that at least today the MPP has President Kufuor, valuable asset to our party and our tradition. We would have President Akufo-Addo with two former heads of states of our country, all coming from the New Patriotic Party. And I believe that the Baumia we have picked to be our leader, a man who was plucked from obscurity and given to the party, President Akufo-Addo selected him. Today, he's the leader of our party. I am of the firm belief that these two political giants of our party and our tradition will want to see us break the eight and continue with the legacy of our party. I believe that strongly. But it's not going to become easy. The NDC is as prepared, even more prepared. They are believing in their own polls that they have conducted. But our polls are on the ground. We've done 16 regions. We will continue 276 constituencies across the country. We will leave no stone unturned. We will do everything in our power under the sun, legally, constitutionally, to ensure that we break the eight and swear His Excellency Dr. Bawumia as president in 2025. But that assignment is a duty call. That assignment is a duty call. And it would mean that all of us here, whether we are home, the impact, the influence that we have on our communities, on our brothers and our families will have to be brought to bear. Like Chairman Wontumi said, this has never happened in the history of our country where the two political parties have chosen two Northerners to contest for this election. The MPP, which is traditionally popularly known as an Akan-based party, has chosen a Mamprusi minority from the north, a Muslim, as its leader, largely elected by majority Christians in the MPP party. Now we have John Mahama, also from the north, presented by his party. The fundamental question in the minds of many Northerners, many Northern intelligentsia, is of these two, which of them will properly represent the North and be able to lead our country and restore the lost glory of honesty, truthfulness, and hard work. I am happy that the MPP has settled on Bawumia, and I'm happy that as I engage many of our brothers in the 5 northern regions, they are motivated that this party is indeed a diverse party, and this party would allow hard work, commitment, and people who can offer for the greater good to lead our party. So that's a major motivation. We are going to have a decision between the great-grandson of Ndeura Jakpa, and we are going to have a decision to be made with one of the great-grandsons of Nagbewa. These two lineages are going to produce a president, one for 4 years and the other for 8 years. And that is the decision on our hands. I would like to entreat all of us, the overseas branches. A lot of the seats we won in the 5 northern regions was as a result of your contribution. A case in point is the Yagaba seat. It took your support to snatch that seat from the NDC. I hope that we will continue to adopt, to support, and encourage our candidates to do their best to ensure that we break the jinx, win the next election convincingly. We lost an election with 23,000 votes. No political party on the continent of Africa will hand over with 23,000 votes. It will not happen. But His Excellency President Akufo-Addo gave it out. 2024, we are going to win. We must win. We will work hard to win. And we will win with a convincing margin such that the Ghanaian people will accept that this is indeed the true reflection of what the Ghanaian people and the choice that they have made. It's a hard election. Nobody should kid yourself. The 2024 election is a difficult election, but it will take hard work, it will take commitment, it will take a lot of determination, it will take a lot of groundwork, it will take... Let us abandon the social media, which makes us comfortable, get to the ground, house to house, knock the doors, enter the ghettos, and everywhere we must ensure that we occupy the space. I won't say much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabo. MPP is indeed a diverse party. I'd like to recognize Council of Elders, MPP UK. I know you were here. Thank you very much for your support. Also, MPP UK executives, thank you very much for your support. You're duly recognized. Questions ready. We're almost at the point where we're going to do the question and answers. We still have our VIP dignitaries here who are going to respond to your keen questions. And I know there are going to be some interesting, very keen questions for them to respond. For some of you, I know you're going to make up your mind after this event, and I'm sure I can guess which direction you're going to go. So thank you very much for staying and listening. We have two more speakers, and then we do the question and answers. At this point, I would like to invite Honorable Dr. Kokofu to come up. Honorable, is it time? It rules on our soul. In terms of then I got 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, MC. His Excellency, protocol duly observed. Ready about 5 o'clock. Yes, sir. Doctor Suso Atupu say free no more corner. She nani here. 24 London, UK branch of New Patriotic Party, and then Penina Ifigana by many capabini and Macansini Matini, and a woman and a support. Munina when it say abatro, your qua batro moi, Iberia no na Mentemuasika Crebiaba. And she said, Penny4, I are genuine fear, see a reconciliation. Yaki can you boom near free and yanomno. Momoye, mom so moa, intimiki care humum. Na say ye bakwa, ana a Jumana Bemre. Minianamunina Casano will be a mere 2024 elections, and yebete, sir. Yemum be a queer between am and I am re. See a kind who boom between am and I am re. Ubi o hard and a bumabu, Mummy and Kenyano. Ubi o hard and a basemu ahujo. Moma yan senadine. Ubi also cried and see a sumner and anybody also. Mummy and Yanisa. Na yemfa ahoden baako enko abatron. Madam was papa na mishram.
Thank you, Honorable Kokofu. 1.5 minutes. I think you did it in 1.6. It will be team time in about 1 second. No, 0.1 of a second. What is 1 second? Anyway, thank you very much. Continue to make your questions ready. So, if you hold up somebody will bring the mic to you, and then you can ask your question. But we have one last speaker, and certainly not the least. But before that, I would like to properly introduce a man that is at the forefront of our financial matters in Ghana, a former mayor of Tamale, former deputy minister of energy, MP for Karaga, and a man who's leading our financial charge. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome help me recognize Honorable Dr. Mohammed Amin Anta. Our last speaker, as I said, a very important man, who came in with the Kente dance, Adwa dance, and the Kente ladies. Lovely things to see. Honorable is MP for Futu and former deputy leader, and now the leader of parliament in Ghana. Please, let's welcome to the stage Honorable Afenyo Markin. Should we time him? Okay.
Good evening to you all. I'm happy to be here, an opportunity to share with you the success story of our own government. High Commissioner of Ghana to the United Kingdom, High Commissioner of Ghana to Canada, Ministers of State, Executives of UK, MPP, the clergy, gentlemen and ladies of our country here. Indeed, this evening, you've all spent your time here to know one thing, the facts as we have them in our country. For me, my joy is that in this interaction so far, it's been issues after issues. No opportunity to insult or attack. As part of democracy, when we're entering, we saw some few people also expressing dissent. I said the beauty of it, no attack, we laughed over it, and we are here. But I recall that growing up, my mom was a pupil teacher. My stepdad was a mason and was working with Pomazi Poultry. When I had my admission to St. Augustine's, the problem was how to get to St. Augustine's. It took the contribution of some rich men in an area in Winneba called Low Cost. In Winneba, Low Cost is the area for the upper class. So my friends whose parents were of the upper class informed their parents that one of them has had distinction, but the parent could not afford. I recall my stepdad took a loan from Pomazi, and others contributed to get me there. For 3 years in St. Augustine's, I didn't have a mattress. When I tell the story, people wonder how I survived. I slept on the hardwood. There was no mattress. In final year in St. Augustine's, Pomazi Poultry Business Company had collapsed. My mom was virtually compelled by my stepdad, to add her name to the redeployment list. She was joining 31st December. I recall my stepdad said, no, 31st December or your Rollins. Intimanko join one. So her name was part of those who were to be sent home and given a package. At the time, it rained heavily. All her money was lost through the garage she took from Biposo. There was no insurance, as you may know. So in final year, I was sent home. And in St. Augustine's, before you are sent home, you are given some 6 lashes. I came back home. Then some teachers intervened. I was asked to go back. Then I heard of Parkway Sindom's bursary. He had brought this bursary and said, anybody who is able to break his record in government history literature, that person would have that bursary. So it was a competition. And by the grace of God, through that bursary, I finished school. Now I relate this to many of my classmates who had distinction but could not pursue secondary education as a result of their parents being poor. And this brings me to the mighty free SHS policy that has transformed our country, Ghana, and given opportunity to the many poor children to have access to secondary education. I'm able to confirm on authority that through this policy, our country now has 1.4 million youth in secondary schools, as compared to the 800,000 we came to meet in 2016. Sometimes when such noble policies are introduced, we take the benefit for granted. But you and I know that for you in the UK today, you are getting less calls for support for secondary education because of free SHS. When free SHS was being talked about, we had our friends, the NDC, who were saying it was not possible at all. In fact, they came out with a song saying free SHS was 419. As part of the free SHS policy, government has expanded infrastructure in all our secondary schools. I say all our secondary schools. I'm here with the facts. So you can just Google any secondary school of your choice in this country, in our country, Ghana, and find out whether from 2017 to date we have seen any addition or not. Then you come back to me and say, Honorable, you lied, or Honorable, indeed, you told us the truth. But I say on authority that every secondary school since 2017 has seen an infrastructural development since the inception of the free SHS. We can check it. Now, when we started the free SHS, there were many calls for the introduction of the same policy for our CODVET, the vocational training arm of our training. So government also introduced the TVET education, free TVET, as part of the free SHS. Not only that, all the 58 TVET institutions have seen massive, I use the word massive, infrastructural development. Our TVETs were abandoned. No classrooms, no desk, no administration blocks, no equipment, machinery for training. Today, you go to each one of them, and I challenge the adversaries of our government. I challenge those who may disagree, and even challenge those of you who are party people, that to fortify you in your debate, please check, Google any of the NVTIs in Ghana. Just call your village, your community where you know that there's an NVTI there, and ask whether there's any addition by way of infrastructure, so that you can know that this government is not a sleeping government. In my constituency, Ifutu, where we have an NVTI, prior to the introduction of the free NVTI education, we had 300 plus population. Today, the enrollment has shot up to 1,300 plus within a short period. Meaning that there were many more at home. Although we introduced free SHS, because NVTI technical education was not free, they were sitting at home. And you know what? That is the population that poses a danger to our security, because they are idle hands. So if they are unable to acquire skills, it becomes a security problem. The robbery goes on. You have a population that is unproductive and becomes a threat to our future. MPP has solved that problem. Apart from this, our friends, when they were in government, introduced what they called day schools. They introduced a day school policy where they were building a certain number of e-blocks. At the time they left office, for all the 8 years that they were in office, they could build only 27. A government as responsible as ours came into office. They don't abandon that policy. Apart from we building new secondary schools, apart from the MPP administration building new secondary schools, we have also completed 34 more of the day schools. That was just a policy, but nothing was done on the ground. We have done that. So it tells you that MPP believes in development and believes that education is one key way of transforming our country. We didn't say it was an NDC thing. And whilst at it, let me also add that we came to meet. You will hear University of Ghana Medical Center. It's a premier medical facility. Truly, Professor Mills of blessed memory initiated that health project. The phase 1 was commissioned by the NDC before they left office. But the truth of the matter, and if you check, you go to Parliament website and check, the phase 1 that they completed did not make the hospital operational. But they needed a phase 2 to be completed for equipment and medical facilities to be imported and to make it operational. MPP did not say that it was another party in government that initiated it, so it was going to abandon it. President Akufo-Addo came to Parliament through the finance minister to get Parliament to confirm and approve a facility in excess of $240 million to take up the phase 2. Today, I am proud to say that your country also has a premier health facility. We didn't abandon it. Ladies and gentlemen and fellow Ghanaians, let me go to utility tariffs. I'm touching on key social interventions. When we were in opposition between 2013 and 2015, because of the energy crisis, the doomsday that we were experiencing, the NDC government then entered into several agreements, power purchase agreements, to increase power production. As a result of that, electricity tariffs became very expensive. Now, I want you again to Google some of the words of our former president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, when Ghanaians asked about the need to reduce electricity tariffs. His words were, the cost of production was very high because we're no more dependent on hydro and we're dependent on other sources to produce electricity. It was expensive. Therefore, the only way was to pass on the cost to Ghanaians. These were his words, not mine. And you can just Google President Mahama electricity tariff. Just Google that, 2015. It will produce a result. And the internet would remind you and give you verbatim quotation of what he said. That they could do nothing at all. We were in opposition then when the only petroleum economists we have, Dr. Amin Adam, who is now our finance minister, challenged them and told them that, no, we can do something about it to reduce the tariffs. NDC said, no, we couldn't do it. Ghana experienced the first ever electricity tariff reduction under MPP. Abembi enyuwa obaya otu electricity do. Because abembi aba electricity no boyezen. Ghana abenya obaya oma electricity no bukrofum between 18% to 30%. Obi koto prepaid otumukada inda moto prepaid ezim nansa nka na to prepaid da krope na prepaid nasa ye MPP aben no kor ye krope o wom da abani ya 100%. Yen MPP aben ye ntumukada ya score 100%. Na mbom dam brechema hu ntumi kan no yezel tutun ampara za na ncheza yikitezi oye. So we experienced the first ever electricity tariff reduction in our republic, in the Fourth Republic, under MPP. And again, I've said this in Parliament, I'm saying it here in Croydon, in a church, that those who disagree may check. And for those who are advocates for the party should also check to fortify themselves in their communication. Again, our official folks, yanumpo ano. Afarfo one hawk kase nye de se ehumutwa one yama ogugor one boa osei one adbo moto osei When you boafo, if any be any Ghana, okite insurance. Unwana wowo yeji. Unwana wowo meja nukrom keta. Unwana wowo pando. Unwa wowo mena nukrom efutu. Unwa wowo edina sekunde discof. Shama na zoke kahu. Obiere nyiwa owo insurance. Aben batinado abani fido. Yenyashe ima farfo. Yeneja atamos obeye omampeyin no se ozinenyu obahwe afarfo wona haw. Nti okobo bosia. Bosia no okobo ewo Chinese bank a friend CDB. Chinese Development Bank, CDB. Bosia no okobo no 2012. 2012 a wobo da mo bosia no. Na what will basically see landing beach sites was ama afarfo. Yen papa Mills. Nyankopon frɛ no kra. Yen papa Mahama obeye omampeyin. Ye wo parliament, I am do there high commissioner wa ha. Ye wo parliament na me wo finance committee. Yen papa Owusu Ankoma no so no wo finance committee. NDC one finance minister. What friend said, Tekpe, Obey also the BB wa friend capping. Maybe say capping, na se cheden. Also ni cheden, busena walk up bueno, or they will draw down. But drawing down when we there, warun tum. Into abandon the priorities. And in choosing the priorities, you know, landing beach in Warrior go and check the capping of that CDB facility. Into Warrior nature there. Landing Beach project in the way ye film cry. President Akufo-Addo Obey in the first meeting at the House of Chiefs, Central Region. Nananum was the Landing Beach as some to name. Obi send there. Omampeyin mana bofu egwana na ebazi nebutuma ye won zama hen. Akufo-Addo said he would make sure he gets a facility to construct Landing Beach for the fisher folks. In the many one can say, I am proud to say, and for you to check, that in Ghana, we have 13 landing beach projects ongoing. 13. A cruise where we are commission. Or yeah, a denazin. Eko discover Birukodo. Eko Mori, Ibirukodo Mori. Mamukrom Widiba. They are almost done. Eko Senya, Eko Keta. I repeat, Eko Keta. Eko Keta, Eko Keta. Boko to the landing beach, or Kodo. Eko Jamestown, Boko to. As in when you want, iji wuchimo yedene, on ye. Adiane e kosu wuntu minji wechi nye, mani ye. It is happening. Nkrofo pi akasa de fitika so de ko du Winneba Junction. Traffic now ye show. And Akufo-Addo why na talk na do na talk na do. Ebe kwa kotun wo ye adwuman. Wo ye highway no fofor. Na ye nyina ye ho atwen. Yen omampeyin Kufuor Oze bibi beya wo friend school feeding. Ye nuanum wo bay wo ba bem. Wentum wanfa bi anka ho. School feeding also wotodo. Ende yer kase and again cross check. Akufo-Addo na ban amanziwa ye hu na how ye wo nyina no we make sure the school feeding cover every primary school in Ghana. Please check. Every primary school. And as it be owa, oma atiye bi owa ma wefi. Ebi a wadwin ba ye ode. Oh, afrobo grandpa woman was woman is ban with school mpo no wuhia. Empeyinfo. Mesra mekade o community obaten bi man ban ko school. Because onyisika also to is banaman. Yaka COVID in some the yenyim na dem yerba a otu wiase nyinara ibika Ghana. Aben bi wo ho a no ntum ntue adwumayɛfo kaw. Some government could not honor its obligation to public sector workers. You and I know that there is no single demonstration, no single protest ever against the MPP government for non-payment of public sector workers. Throughout the difficult times, Aben Ejumayefo continue to enjoy their salaries. They continue to enjoy the perks of their office. They continue to get what is due them from government. Umpe way na wope dien. Now yembra, yen bambo, our security. You know, when there is peace, we take peace for granted. The absence thereof triggers some shake-up in our whole body. When you work, you close, and you are going home, and there's no problem, you take that for granted. We all know, in the past, the many headline news, robbery here, robbery there. Today, your government, in all these difficulties, has transformed our police service, has transformed our immigration service, has transformed our fire service, the prisons, and the military. And more Ghanaians have been recruited within this period than ever in the history of Ghana. Look at the police visibility we have in our country today. It's very high. I live at Abelingpe. From Parliament House to Abelingpe, I will first encounter a police visibility at the main Parliament gate, the West Wing. When I move and get to Ridge, another one. From Ridge, when I get to Kaukudi Junction, I'll get another one. Joulu, another one. Entering Abelingpe proper, I will meet two before getting to Mawako Junction, and I'll turn home. So count the number of police officers who are on motorbikes. We see it, and it gives confidence to our populace. It wasn't the case before we came into office. So nobody can tell me that this government has failed. I'm not saying this because I'm an MPP. I'm saying this as a Ghanaian because I've seen with my two eyes, and at least I can say that comparing the two, we are better. But let me end it with this all-important point. As a political party, we've demonstrated our diversity. As a political party, we've demonstrated our inclusiveness. And we must not take it for granted. And I'll explain why we don't have to take it for granted. Many years ago, Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, they experienced some political challenges. And at the heart of those challenges was the fact that some people felt excluded from the governance of their country. Some people felt that the governance of the country was centered around a certain population. That is not MPP. For MPP, we believe that if you rise to eminence in the party by merit and by your own industry, you get honored. It doesn't matter your tribe. It doesn't matter your religion. And that is why Dr. Bawumia, a Mampushi man, a Muslim, has been honored to lead this great party. Honored because of his hard work. Honored because this party gives equal opportunity. Honored because this party believes in diversity. Since 1957, when Nkrumah got us our independence, history has never recorded a Muslim rising to the level of presidency. history has not recorded a Muslim being given opportunity to hold the flag of any political party. The first political party to give a Muslim an opportunity to hold its flag as its flag bearer, as its leader, is NPP. And since 1992, it is only NPP that has demonstrated true inclusiveness and diversity by always looking at the South and the North combination. Edu Buahini, when he was our flag bearer, had a Muslim from the North as his running mate. The only point where there was a change was in 1996 in the Great Alliance, where through that alliance, Akar from another party and our own J. Kufuor, that alliance brought a South-South combination. But soon after, we went back to our tradition, our roots. And in 2000 elections, we know our brother Aliyu Muhammad's dad, Alhaji Aliyu Muhammad of blessed memory, was a Muslim, a Dagomba man. He was our running mate, became the vice president. And when President Akufo-Addo also had the mantle, he didn't shift from that tradition of believing that in Ghana is a country of all shades of opinion. In Ghana, we have all manner of tribes. In Ghana, we don't have a single religion. So he needed to maintain that. And he did. And today, we proved our adversaries wrong. For those who said that, oh, as for MPP, they are only using Dr. Bawumia, oh, they will never give a Muslim a chance. Today, we have an answer for them. We've proven them wrong. And they themselves have not demonstrated diversity and inclusiveness in the way they do things. They've not. But we who are ever accused, always accused, have proven that we are a national party and we believe that the country is for all of us. So for you as an MPP, the decision to give an opportunity to Dr. Bawumia alone should be a happy moment for you. Because it has redefined the party and proven that our party is for us all. It's not for one person. It's not for one tribe. And I recall that in 2012 thereabout, when I was campaigning, there was this Wache joint. I was always visiting. And Mukohonuma, I'm a brewery or friend mine on a yeto no Wache. Makacha no mine. About 2 hours also, I want to say, so mine, I was into us, Yan 2 mohon. May also okay, always a yabanyon into our yaboto. Now papa say, Mr. Bazinta, also a ye and cremofo dama. And the party are watching drama and cremofo ampa on any MPP. I wish there I'd be way otase. Because I think she was only waiting for a day to see there MPP ampara. Ya do biara. Inti ende iya kroboyon. Iya uneyon. Iya nzimeyon. Iya sefiyon. Iya dagombeyon. Iya aguneyon. Iya ifafreyon. Ewe MPP monkotinza enyimde se iye adwuma zina embribi boso ma wahye wenyimnyam. Enti muzika sana benewie yi no za muzi gye hon nyara anyi de. Maye ntete yene nuanom NDC fo won sembi a wobaka. Wo parliament dem wo maka che hon de. Since I wofi abanim 1 year azusunku bi a motu maka de wasisempo. One flag bearer woki tender that the one honor na was in them. Kukrudu. One MP sana yanyi wati parliamenta na amembun won hudun. One ministers are na one who a member no don one a work at radio do. As a fufu biara mfi NDC mbayo. I had a sebe. Besebi wakwa aware. Na benyin wa promise there. Messi dankra mezamo ate. Wentum wensi aweje yaba. Benyin fufura aba. Anye ye kra no wesi dankra. Na benyin dada ono we be jan orutwa mpoa. Na eje yawari. Besi benyin obey nya dankra na no so wesi amo. Na wobi so da na wo kra aware no itu mesi dankra. Kukrudu. You had a beautiful wife. You promised just a studio apartment. You didn't, not even 2-bedroom apartment, a studio apartment. You could not. Another man comes. She's in a new marriage. No matter what, that new husband has been able to put up a chamber in a hall. They are managing. Then you, this ex-husband, you meet the woman at the market and say, oh, this man, he couldn't do it. What has he been able to do? I can do better. So divorce and come again. Aha. Oje adie ye. Oje yerisa afo. Nia aseno na oje noje hallelujah oje adie eje oje yensa afo nia aseno na oje noje Jesus refresh. Jesus refresh. Nia seno na oje nuye. Nti dembre yenua same wukoken. Za aseno odefunara offer no kwen bi do wa yeni. What's that wa 57%. Wara was up 52%. Ogudaro kofom. MPP yakaka yen ho ye be yen ye. Kukrudu. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Yeah, that's it. Majority Leader in Parliament. Thank you so much for highlighting some of the achievements of MPP government. Question time is here. Question time is here. It's questions ready. DJ, we would like to take a quick 1-minute music, hot one. Now, after that, before the music, I would like to recognize, I've seen a couple of people that I need to recognize. I can see our fearful Attorney General of Ghana and the Minister of Justice is here, Mr. Godfred Adami. Please give him a clap offering. The fearful Attorney General of Ghana is in the house. I can also see a parliamentary candidate for Asutifi South, Mr. Usu Brimpon. Mr. Usu Brimpon, thank you very much for joining us today. I also see my very own former women's organizer, Deputy CEO, Minerals Commission, parliamentary candidate for Achema Wabiaja South, Ms. Shirley Che, is in the house. Thank you very much, Shirley. I thought I saw Mr. Doji Numekavo in the house, who is parliamentary candidate for Sege. Doji is in the house. Okay, so thank you very much for that. Please make your questions ready. If you need to ask or you want to ask a question, put your hand up. There are two fine gentlemen who will come round and give you the microphone, and then you can speak. Hold on a second. We will take a quick interlude before that, and then we'll try and get, if you can direct your question to who you want to respond, probably that will make it easier to get the fair response. It makes sense. Okay, so thank you. DJ, can we have a quick musical interlude? Thank you very much. Those who are with a microphone, if you can start positioning yourself.
Oh yeah. Kimpaluta senge. Kimpaluta yeah. Ouch. Yeah.
Me didn't know by acido. Nanka me did deka. Ya kwamin kwa me ya kwamin ba. Pressure kwana me daminda. Me didn't know by acido. They spit on my face, so they block our way, so yo. Now me na shira, na shio. Me say what dream I'm me say me dream oh. Now me na shira, na shio. Me say what dream I'm me say me dream oh. Me didn't know by acido. Me didn't know by acido. Why am I born here? I'm in Fanche. Don't have money that I want to say. No, but to me on top of the battery. Could you my motor, my fashion? And then I'm from Ramesh. I'm on your man, baby. I'm a guru. You see me when you're Yamina Shira, Nashio. Me say what dream I'm me say me dream I'm Yamina Shira, Nashio. Me say what dream I'm me say me dream I'm me didn't know by acido. Me didn't know by acido. Why am I born here? I'm in Fanche. Don't have money that I want to say. Never be too me on top of the battery. Could you my body, my fashion? And then I'm from Ramesh. I'm on your man, baby. I'm a guru. Simu, Yamina Shira, Nashio. Me say what dream I'm me say me dream I'm Yamina Shira, Nashio. Me say what dream I'm me say me dream I'm me didn't know by acido. What's up? Your body acido.
So there's a lady over there. We'll take the lady over there. And there's a microphone over there.
I'm here.
Who said that? Wafa. Okay, so we'll take Wafa first, and then we'll take the lady at the back, and then we'll take the gentleman next to Pascal. Wafa, please.
Okay, good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Kweku, point of correction. Mr. Doji Demevo is no longer at the High Commission. He's now the Director General of Ghana Sports Authority. Point of correction.
Is this a question or?
No, I'm just trying to help you. You are my fastest, so I always help you. You know I always help you.
Thank you very much. Can we have a question, please? Because of time.
My question is a health question. Even though I cannot see Dr. Okowe here, I'm sure one of our dignitaries in front of us will answer for me. There's this disturbing news going around that foreigners, and for that matter, Darfurians are going to be asked to pay for some money starting 1st July. Can somebody clarify for me? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Deputy Minister of Health is here, so I'm sure he's going to have his time. Shall we take the lady at the back?
Okay, so I would like to ask a question about the gold trading. As we all know, money is very important, so I would like a bit of enlightenment on that aspect. I want to find out how, I want to know more details about how the mechanism is going to work. So if you can please enlighten us about the gold trading.
Do you mean gold for oil policy?
Yes, gold for oil policy. It was Nana Akumia that spoke about it. So if you can please enlighten us about it. Thank you.
Yes, Pascal.
My question goes to the Finance Minister unfortunately, doctor himself is not here. Dr. Amin, my question is about tax amnesty for local manufacturers. Could you please explain or elaborate on any plans to offer tax amnesty specifically to Ghanaian owned manufacturers, and how would this incentivize local production and economic growth in comparison with incentive provided to attract foreign direct investment? And
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll take one more and then we can do a first round of response. Is there a microphone over here? Right. Do you want to, Kingsley, do you want to be on this side so that Pascal can do that side? So at least. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My question today is about promotion of local industries. And it goes to Yofi Grant. If anyone else wants to answer, I'll be very grateful. What strategies will be put in place to restrict imports and support local businesses with access to finance and technology transfer and preferential procurement programs? Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. So we've got 4 questions. First question is on health, the diaspora and insurance. We've seen a flyer. I'm sure the Deputy Minister of Health is here himself, so he'll probably be the best person to do it. Second question, Kingsley, can we have a microphone on this side, please, if you don't mind? And the second question is gold for oil policy. Nana Kumia is not here. So gold for oil policy, we can get someone to take it. Honorable Finance Minister will take that. And then tax incentives for local industries, I'm sure they link together. And also promotion of local industries through technology finance and procurement. So can we take the microphone, please? Kingsley, can you please, the microphone? No. We need to get a response from Honorable Minister before we move on. So if you hand him the microphone, he will respond, and then we take the next 4.
Oh, okay.
Is responding.
Good evening. The mandatory health insurance is something that was proposed by the Health Insurance Authority. It's something that they are working on it. Health insurance is enjoined to cover everybody that is in Ghana, as in health insurance. But this is not something that has gone to cabinet. It's not even yet a policy. So this is a proposal that just came. So we just disregard it. I'm sure when the time is up for us to work at it, there will be a lot of stakeholder engagement. We will definitely make sure that everybody is involved. But for now, there's nothing like that.
Well, thank you very much. Can we have a microphone? Oh, okay.
The question was on
promotion of local industries.
Promotion of local industries. At GIPC, our mandate really is to look for foreign direct investment in partnership with local industries. So what we normally do is when we go out, we take indigenous investors or business people with us. But the real thrust and the real direction of that is in the Ministry of Trade and its partner agencies and the trade policies that we set him to promote local industry. And as you know, it's Ministry of Trade and Industry. What the ministry has done is in itself to put a number of policies in place to support local industries. The recent, what they call BRR, business regulatory reforms, will empower a lot of local and indigenous businesses. And if you look at some of the other policies that are there, like the 1D1F policy, it has its own terms and conditions to facilitate indigenous business. The real answer or the real question is that should we now be looking at, and you did ask, should we now be looking at a new trade policy that gives preferential treatment to indigenous businesses? It's a yes and no answer, because as a member of the WTO and having international covenants that you've signed to, including the AFCFTA, the ECOWAS, ETLS protocols, we need to be careful not to ourselves infringe the very policies that we've signed to. So in some cases, yes, especially where it compromises your trade ability to trade, the WTO allows you to put some incentives for local industries or put some barriers there. But generally, it's always a difficult situation. It has to be balanced. The balance in Ghana is that we are much more an importing country than an exporting country and production-based country. We are now moving away from imports into production through the 1D, 1F and the various initiatives that government is putting there. So I believe this question is relevant now, but in the next 3 to 4 to 5 years' time, I'm sure it would have been resolved because we'll see a lot of local industry now producing for export.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister will take the other 2 questions.
Okay. So the first question, gold for oil. How is the gold trading being done? And so you know that we have huge potential in gold production in Ghana. And in the past, when the gold is produced, whether from the large-scale producers or from the small-scale producers, they exported everything. The dollars that they get from the sale of gold, never all of them came back to our economy, except what we term as the retention portion of the forex. But that was not helping our economy. And so, through the direction of our flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the government directed the Bank of Ghana to start what we call a gold purchase program, domestic gold purchase program, which meant that we were no longer going to allow the producers of gold to take the gold out, except that they agreed to sell a portion of the gold to us in our local currency. And this was one of the measures we brought in to address the depreciation of our city, to strengthen our city, so that we trade in our gold in our own local currency, rather than the dollars, the gold going out and the dollars never coming back to our economy, and through that weakening our city. You know that if you have to strengthen the city, then we must have more dollars in the economy, so that the dollar becomes weaker relative to the city. But when your dollars that should come in are all leaving the country, the city becomes weaker, because there is scarcity of the dollar in the market. And so to address this, the gold purchase program was introduced. So Bank of Ghana started buying gold from the large producers and also from the small-scale producers in cities. As a result of this, they started building up their reserves. Every central bank has reserves. They were only building dollar reserves, but today, because of the gold purchase program, Bank of Ghana has gold reserves. Countries like the United States of America, UK, they all have gold reserves. So for the first time, we've increased the size of our gold reserves from under 100 million United States dollars to almost 2.4 billion US dollar worth of gold. That is through the gold purchase program. Then we also realized that prices of petroleum products were increasing on the market. And we attributed this to the fact that the bulk distribution companies that brought in the oil, they bought the oil in dollars and they had to sell it on our market, the domestic market, in cedis. And therefore, the dollar price is priced into the domestic price of petroleum products. Therefore, the prices of petroleum products were increasing. But also, because of the scarcity of dollars, the bulk distribution companies usually will use what we call forward pricing. They will say, for example, that if the dollar to the cedi is 10 cedis, 10 cedis, cedi to the dollar today, by the time their oil will come onto the market, they expected that the cedi to the dollar will be, let's say, 15 cedis to a dollar. So they will use 15 cedis to price the domestic petroleum products and not 10 cedis. And so you saw that the prices of petroleum products increasing all the time. And so again, Dr. Bawumia said that Once the Bank of Ghana is doing gold purchases, why don't we introduce gold for oil? Which meant that we will buy the gold with cedis. The Bank of Ghana will give it to a trader. The trader will give us dollars. But the trader, we can use the dollars to then bring in oil. Or if you have a trader who will give us oil directly, we will take the oil in exchange for the gold. So in that sense, the bulk distribution companies will no longer go out and buy oil in dollars and bring it into the country and sell to us at prices with forward exchange rate. So that was the policy for gold for oil. And so we have been trading. Bank of Ghana has brokers. They give the gold to, and then the brokers will supply the dollars. The dollars will then be used to build their reserves. Secondly, Bank of Ghana will give the gold to oil traders, and the oil traders will give us direct oil, direct to us, so that we avoid the forex impact on the prices of petroleum on the market. And when we did that, petroleum prices that had increased to 26 cedis per liter went down significantly to 13 cedis per liter. And since then, it has not crossed 15 cedis. It came down from 26 cedis. Since last year, the beginning of 2023, from that time up to now, the price of petroleum have not crossed 15. That is the pragmatism with which the MPP government handles things in the economy. New ideas coming all the time. And through the instrumentality of our flag bearer, we are doing this, and it is helping the Ghanaian economy. The second question was on tax amnesty for local manufacturers. Really, at this time, this stage of the economy, this year, we are unable to grant tax amnesty. Because the budget that we are running was passed in November. And therefore, all the projections for revenue and expenditure already approved by Parliament. And so to grant tax amnesty will mean that we may not be able to meet our revenue target. Because at the time we did the budget, we knew those who had not paid their taxes at the right time, and therefore the penalties they have to pay for delayed tax payment, all of them were factored into the revenue for the year. That is why tax amnesty may not be possible this year, because we need to be able to meet our revenue target and our expenditure target, so we do not move away from the fiscal path that we have negotiated during the passage of the budget. But what does tax amnesty means? It means that if you were to pay your taxes in January and you decided to pay in, let's say, March, you have to pay penalty for the delayed payment of your taxes. So by tax amnesty, we are saying that come and pay the normal tax. The penalty is waived for you. That is what we mean by the amnesty in the case of what we are doing in Ghana. Amnesty could mean other things in other countries. They could say that for those who have not paid taxes for 3 years, we have forgiven you. You won't pay those taxes any longer. Come and let's start afresh. For others, as we have been doing in Ghana, it is a waiver of penalties that you have to pay for non-payment of your taxes for some time. Dr. Baumia has announced that he will introduce a flat rate, a flat tax rate system, which is practiced in Estonia, is practiced in any other countries. Brings predictability. It's also easy to calculate. Our current system in Ghana is so complex. And as I speak to you, the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has asked me to lead a tax reform in Ghana that will seek to the simplification of all the tax laws and regulations in our country. And so we are looking at the tax laws. We want to simplify taxes. For example, it is no longer possible to assess people for their tax liability on the basis of face-to-face assessment. It's no longer appropriate, because we found that tax collectors have become too discretionary. And so when they do the assessment, there is some discretion there. And this is why we are not meeting our revenue targets most of the time. We are introducing a faceless tax assessment system. under which the tax collector and the taxpayer will not see each other. We are introducing it in Ghana this year so that we can do faceless taxes and people will pay the true value of the taxes they are supposed to give to the state. Because without taxes, we cannot develop our country. We can't develop the country. We will continue to borrow and borrow and borrow ourselves out of the economy. But as our president has said, the Ghana Beyond Aid policy is to ensure that we are able to manage our own economic affairs. As I speak to you, because we've had to go to the IMF, because we are relying on World Bank money, the conditionalities we have to meet sometimes are very hurting. They hurt our people. They say, cut down expenditure. Don't spend in this sector. We have to move beyond that. That is where Dr. Bawumia is taking us to. When he says that when he becomes president, immediately in the first year, he will cut expenditure by 30 billion Ghana cedis. He's not going to cut the expenditure by saying, I will spend 30 billion Ghana cedis. What he's saying is that he's going to partner with the private sector. The private sector will take over what normally the public sector will do. And the 30 billion cedis will go to the private sector. So we need to empower the private sector by government providing more money to the private sector. The private sector will take over the infrastructure development of our country and government will pay for those services. They are able to manage it, they are able to maintain it, unlike government, where government puts up infrastructure with so much money, you are not able to manage and maintain it. After 3 years, they go bad. And you have to come and do the project again. That is the new policy he's bringing. I'll give you an example about Get Fund. Get Fund, for example, takes money from all Ghanaians, levies, and it's to be used to support educational development, including infrastructure development. Now we know that in all our universities, things are commercialized there. People pay for accommodation, isn't it? They pay, just as they do here. The policy on Get Fund going forward will then be for the allocation to universities. Use it and take equity in private investment. In other words, we are going to invite you, the private people, come and build hostels on our university campuses. And Get Fund will put their allocation for tertiary into those projects as equity. Get Fund will no longer build residential facilities. Private people will do. And Get Fund will rather take equity. And that equity will continue to generate money for Get Fund. And so we haven't done the hostels. The money we have invested, we are getting returns on that. And Get Fund can then use that money to support the basic level of education. That is one of the private sector policies Dr. Bawumia wants to bring. And so coming back to the issue of tax amnesty, when he declares tax amnesty, we are yet working on the details. It could be that all those who have not paid their taxes in the past, we forgive you. But that is dangerous for the economy, isn't it? Because when we do that, then people will start defaulting on taxes this year. Because they know that Dr. Bawumia will come and say, I've forgiven you. So we may have to rather work on the penalty side in order to cushion the people of Ghana a bit so that we can get the revenue this year to be able to meet our development objectives. So I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those deep responses. We'll take a second round of 4 and then we can wrap it up. We'll take second round of 4 and then we can wrap it up. So where is Kingsley? So we take Dr. Nkum first and then this lady has had a hand up for a while. We'll take the lady in green. She's had a hand up for a while. We'll take the gentleman over here. We'll take some from the back. We'll take one from the back. Okay. So Dr. Nkum, please, your question.
Okay. Thank you very much. My question is directed towards the Minister of Finance, Honorable. My name is Dr. Frank Nkum. We can't really miss all your lectures. I was really fascinated by your explanations. But my question is regard to the enhanced tax compliance. So, what are the plans for the future regarding your ministry, right? Your ministry collaborating with professional regulatory bodies regarding tax compliance.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Inkum. Thank you for that. Tax compliance plans for the future for the Honorable Finance Minister. Next question, lady over here first, please. Thank you.
My question is to the Finance Minister. I'm Doris.
Hello, Doris.
I was asked to mention my name. Finance Minister, are you listening? Thank you. May I know what you are doing to all those money that's been locked up from those failed or closed banks? It's a very important question, and it's so dear to me because I have a lot of relations who this have affected. What are you doing before the term, this government, what are you doing for us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a hand up from the back. I think it was somebody from the back. Was that you? Yeah. Okay, all right, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to give a story to the background of my question. So by 2020, I went to supervise a project in Lambusi constituency where we invested almost £70,000 into the contract. And as of now, it has not been paid. But I have some friends in the UK who wants to also go and invest into Ghana. But I'm a victim of somebody whose money has not been paid. And now if you look at the rate, it's almost like the money has been reduced to £28,000. So how do I even encourage my friends that, yes, it's possible for us to go invest in Ghana? And as those who grew up in UK, they want to go back into Ghana to invest. How is there a way around it? And secondly,
Well, go on.
Yeah. And with that as well, as I'm in the UK, who do I speak to? Maybe the finance minister should help us. So that for the 4 years that the money has been locked, we know how to retrieve the money. Thank you.
So you mean the contract money is not paid?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have... Was it a government contract? Which agency?
The Northern Development Authority. It was under the Special Initiative Ministry.
Thank you very much for that. One from the back. There's one from, if you let the man at the back speak, and then we can take one more, and we can wrap it up. Thank you very much. Please make it quick, snappy, short. Can we get the other microphone to him, please? That one is not working. Can we get the other microphone, Kinsley? Thank you.
Okay, it was your friend Frank Adom Sifa. My minister na deputy PF free transport and aviation. But my question no sector no. I'm saying na buy na the policy back all this in and so say ko be revival Ghana Airways. Ebe pim na say COVID ne buy no ska 70 antimi and take grounds the way are not expected. Na dia ye wa ha abruchire ha de ye sofa pa ye airlines na e ba Ghana no price ya omo charge ye particularly Ghana comparative prices from Ghana to Nigeria to neighboring countries the same distance the same price na Ghana omo charge ye 40% higher. Now, person who said ministry no, and I said 24 much ya. Abanu wo policy biya or fighting for Ghana 40 abruchira. Airlines in the Ghana route no. I say, baby or milk Ghana for no more charging exorbitant prices are. You know be our can be my to date. Sremoa. You better policy more day banning manifesto no. Near say. More can be biswafa one because so far now the Aken Canadian until so be a can be afa home.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much. We'll take one more and then we'll finish up. One more. There's a lady over here, Pascal. I think she had a hand up for a while.
My question is about safeguarding issue. Sometimes I find it very distressful seeing on social media where vulnerable children, when I talk about young, maybe under 10 years old, who unfortunately has been sexually abused by adults, and then they will show their face on this social media and sometimes begging money just to take them to hospital for them to undergo procedures to address some of the issue. What is the government doing about it? Because these are very innocent people to address this issue. And I understand that there's social welfare in Ghana, because I think it's very heartbreaking to see showing these children's faces, and then, coming from my background being a Ghanaian, it's a kind of, it's even affect them when they get older. So what is the government going to address to do the issue? Because I believe that, and I think that this social media, that they even show these children's face, they need to be prosecuted, they need to close their station, and then these adults, they need to be sorted out rather than from Ghanaian society.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Safeguarding sexual abuse of children. I think the question will go to our revered Attorney General. Question on tax compliance for the Finance Minister. There was also a question of what you do when the money locks up in the banks that are closed or that have failed. And then investment contract not paid, Northern Development Authority. And there was something about Ghana Airways. What contracts have we signed with these airlines who are flying to Ghana? We'll queen her off. So please, I think the Honorable Finance Minister will take the microphone. Thank you.
So on tax compliance, I already mentioned one of the measures we are putting in place to improve tax compliance. That is the faceless assessment. Faceless assessment. We're also trying to simplify the tax filing system, because we think that people are not filing their taxes, and it is because it is not easy. It's complex. You even go to tax collectors to file your tax system, and you are frustrated. There is no education on where people even go. And so we are digitalizing also the tax filing, the filing of your returns, so that you can sit in your room and file your tax returns. That's another way of improving compliance. But also, we've noticed that people do not understand our tax system generally. And some people have differential levels of understanding. And so we have decided that we will have to do mass education on our tax system. This July, I have set it aside as the tax education month. In other words, tax sensitization month, July, every July. I'm going to lead the entire tax staff of our country to the field, moving from company to company, from market to market, to educate people on our tax system and what steps people need to take to pay their taxes, what steps people need to take to file their tax returns. But above all, we have decided as part of the education to mount billboards across the country showing the people what their taxes are being used for. The greatest measure you can introduce to improve tax compliance is for people to know that when they pay the taxes are not wasted. When they pay the taxes, you can account for the taxes they are paying. And so very soon, we have taken videos and photos of iconic projects, key projects that have been done by the government. And we are going to place them at vantage points across the country. Your tax working for you, written all over. So that people know that we don't take the taxes and throw the taxes somewhere. We use the taxes to develop, to provide educational infrastructure, health infrastructure, road infrastructure. So these are some of the measures that we are introducing. But since I have to talk about the utilization of taxes, it is important I also draw your attention to what your government has done with the taxes we have collected so far. I can't give you everything. I'll just give you a few comments on that. Hopefully, that will inform you better. Number one, even with the difficulties we are facing today, COVID, Russia, Ukraine war, the whole world suffering from these issues, your government is growing the Ghanaian economy. The Ghanaian economy is growing every day. The NDC says we are not developing, that nothing is happening. And I just want to give you a few figures on what is happening. So in 2022, the size of our economy, what we call GDP, gross domestic product, was 614 billion Ghana cedis. In 2023, the size of the economy was 841 billion Ghana cedis. From 614 to 841 billion Ghana cedis, just 2022 and 2023. If the government is doing nothing, the economy will not grow. And of course, it's not only the government, the private sector is also doing a lot. Those of you who are sending remittances, to Ghana, you are all contributing to this economic growth. During the NDC time, the GDP contracted. 2015, 2016, the GDP contracted. In dollar terms, from $64 billion to $60 billion. What happened with the MPP? We took it from the $60 billion, and by the end of 2023, the size of the GDP was $80 billion. Nana Akufo-Addo and your government added $20 billion to the size of the economy. In fact, this year, 2024, Ghana is going to cross the 1 trillion Ghana cedi mark in terms of the size of the GDP. We are going to take it from 841 billion to 1.2 trillion Ghana cedis. That is an economy that is growing in spite of all the challenges that we are talking about. And this is reflecting in our standards of living. What we call per capita income. If they were to distribute Ghana's money, Ghana's GDP amongst us, how will we share it? It increased. In 2016, it was 7,000 Ghana cedis. By 2018, it increased to 9,800 Ghana cedis. By the end of 2023, it increased to 25,000 Ghana cedis. In dollar terms, we have increased the per capita income from $1,800 in 2016 to $2,400 by the end of 2023. That is an economy that is growing. And so if somebody tells you we are doing nothing, please tell the person to go and see the figures. For per capita income alone, from 1,800 to 2,400, is no mean achievement. Now we come to what we call social interventions. We are not leaving the poor out. We are supporting the vulnerable segments of our society. LEAP, Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty. We've doubled the spending.
By 2022, we were spending 197 million Ghana cedis on LEAP, which goes to the most vulnerable segment, our old men and old ladies in our homes who are doing nothing and they need to be supported. This year, we are spending 770 million Ghana cedis on LEAP. Same thing, school feeding program. Last year, we spent 800 million Ghana cedis on school feeding program. This year, we are spending 1.4 billion Ghana cedis on school feeding program. So even with the difficulties that every country is faced with, our government continues to allocate more resources to support the people of our country. And finally, before I respond to the next question, this year, our economy is going to surprise the whole world. Nana Akomia said it earlier when our president said, we know how to bring the economy back, but we do not know how to bring lives back. That was at the height of COVID. He said it. We know how to bring the economy back. Before then, our economy was growing average 8%. And it was one of the highest growing economy in the world. 8%. Inflation was single digit. And the MPP government is credited for having the longest period of a single digit in 2018 and 2019 in the history of Ghana. Our fiscals were contained. We had surpluses. But because we knew how to bring the economy back, we did not know how to bring lives back. We had to pause at a point, and we borrowed, and we spent heavily on COVID. The net effect of the spending we did on COVID was 21 billion Ghana cedis. Apart from spending 14 billion Ghana cedis directly, we lost revenue of about 7 billion Ghana cedis. But I can tell you that this economy is rebounding strongly. We are rebounding strongly, and it's surprising the world. Even the IMF, the World Bank, they are all surprised. Last year, they projected our economy will grow at 1.5%. We grew at 2.9%. This year, in the first quarter of this year, they projected we will grow at 3.1%. We grew at 4.7%. In the NDC time, for 3 consecutive years, manufacturing was negative. Last year, manufacturing was negative for us as well. But I can tell you, in the first quarter, manufacturing has turned positive. And the growth in the first quarter is fueled by industry. Industry alone grew 6.8%. And so there is hope. The manufacturing sector is coming back. We are going to continue to create jobs in addition to the 2 million jobs that we have created already. This economy will grow, and it will grow faster than everybody thinks. By the end of this year, we are supposed to grow at 3.2%. But I can tell you, we will grow at 5% or even more than 5%. This is because of the pragmatic policies we are implementing as a government. And so don't let anybody talk you down. You should raise your head up, and you know that your government is doing the right thing. We are bringing the economy back. Our president said that we know how to bring the economy back, and that is exactly what we are doing. The good news, many projects had to stall, because when we decided to go to IMF, one of the conditions was that Ghana had to do what we call debt operation. We had to go and restructure our debts because our debts were considered unsustainable. I want to announce, for those of you who are interested in the debt restructuring, which has become Ghana's most difficult problem for the past 2-3 years, we are bringing it to an end. We are bringing the debt restructuring to an end. Last 2 weeks, we concluded negotiation with the official creditors, and we've agreed to restructure $5.1 billion. And I'm telling you, your government is good in negotiation.
Of the 5.1 billion, we are going to make a savings of about 2 billion $2 billion. As I speak to you, tomorrow morning, there will be an announcement that we have also concluded our negotiation with the Eurobond holders. $13.1 billion. And ladies and gentlemen, when we announce it, please read the details. We have negotiated a good deal for Ghana that will save us $8 billion. All this money we will no longer pay. We will have to use it well. And so the president has decided that we will create a special fund like we did with HIPIC, so we can direct these savings to strategic infrastructure projects, so we can take our economy to another level. And wait until the announcement. The confidence in our economy is going to come back stronger, because the world is no longer interested in investing in Ghana because of those debt restructuring. After tomorrow, it will be a different story. Watch the cedi to the dollar after tomorrow. Watch the cedi to the dollar after tomorrow. I know you are interested in that story. Let's watch it and see. The confidence will come. The investors will return to Ghana. And the growth trajectory will even become clearer for all of us. So this election is an election for us to win. The NDC can no longer campaign on the economy. Our record is better than their record. On the size of the economy, we've done better than them. On per capita income, we've done better than them. On job creation, we've done better than them. On economic growth, we've done better than them. They say we went to IMF, but it's not easy to be under an IMF program, because we've seen them before. When they were under IMF program, by 2016, they missed all the targets. So far, Ghana has become an example. We met all our prior conditions, and the IMF praised us and disbursed $600 million. We did our first review. We passed all the tests. The IMF praised us. They disbursed $600 million. On 28th of this month, we are doing a second review, and I'm telling you that we are going to pass. We will pass. We will meet all the targets, and the IMF will disburse money. Cedi to dollar again. Watch it. When the IMF disburses money on 29th of this month. So everything we have to do to reset our economy, we have done it. We are not going back. We are going to go forward. And so please, ladies and gentlemen, it started from President Kufuor, who identified the land. It took President Akufo-Addo to come and cultivate the land. It would take Dr. Bawumia to bring the food home so that we all eat and rejoice together. Thank you. Thank you. The question on the money locked out, we are going to pay. I hear leader has engaged you. We are going to pay. We do not take responsibility as a government, because when people decide to invest in one bank or one instrument or another, government is not consulted. It's an individual decision. And when you are investing, you know that you can make your returns, you can also lose. Even us as a government, when we invest in Eurobonds, the market is volatile. We lose, we gain. And when we lose, we don't blame America or Britain for losing. We are advised before we invest. And so it is important for us to establish that foundation, that government will not be held responsible for the investment decisions of individuals. But this government is so caring. Mistakes were made. People were not well informed. Maybe they didn't know who to consult to be informed or advised. But we also know that the people who are affected are suffering. We heard that some people have died. Some people had to commit suicide. This government is so caring that in the first place, we granted some bailout to all the affected. And I want to tell you again that the president has directed that we do another bailout. So between now and October, we will release 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to the affected people. This will not pay the entire amount, because the entire amount is 4 billion, but we are showing the roadmap. We will do 1.5 billion. Inshallah, Dr. Baumia will come as the president and we will do all the rest. But as we do it, we are also cautioning you. Just as we have responsible banks, we also have bad banks. You will say that the regulators must ensure that we don't have bad banks. But in every house, there is a Mensa. So we also have to watch out. We have to watch out. Let's study them. Let's assess them. Let's seek the advice of, financial advisors before we decide where to invest and how much to invest. And may God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finance Minister. I think it's a safeguarding question for our revered Attorney General.
Thank you very much, and good evening to all. On the question of how to protect our young women and children against sexual exploitation, and all, largely, borders or measures being instituted by Ministry of Gender and Social Protection. But in terms of prosecution, of course, it falls within my domain. And I must say that indeed prosecution is being vigorously undertaken for all crimes, including matters bordering on sexual exploitation. Recently, if you remember, during the controversy that ensued relating to the young person who had been committed to, the Nungua Traditional Council matter. Swiftly, my office ordered the Criminal Investigation Department to undertake investigations into the matter. Investigations were swiftly conducted, and it was actually a multi-sectoral collaboration between my ministry, the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection, as well as Ministry of Chieftaincy, and indeed all the facts were unraveled. And I think that when it comes to sexual exploitation, it goes beyond prosecution. It actually even involves education and empowerment of women. And I'm happy to say that last year, around January 2023, there was an assessment to the nation's human rights record in Geneva. It's actually a 4-year exercise undertaking of every nation's human rights record. And Ghana scored very, very high marks, not only for its general human rights recognition, but particularly for social and economic measures that have been instituted. And one major policy that actually ensured that Ghana attained such high marks was the free SHS. The free SHS policy really has had a far-reaching impact, has actually empowered girls, and has really also prevented girls from being subjected to this sexual abuse and all that. So I think that beyond prosecution, we must also commend the government for the measures we've taken to empower women, the girl child, and all. And I'll say that we should be proud of ourselves. After you answer that question, I'll just re-echo the point made by earlier speakers and say that, indeed, when it comes to, as far as I'm concerned, in every facet of national life, the DPP government has outperformed the NDC. Even speaking about my own ministry, when I assumed the mantle as Attorney General in 2021, the ministry had, the Legal Aid Commission, which is under my ministry, had only 4 vehicles. The last of which was acquired in 2006. There's another institution called Council for Law Reporting. They had only 2 vehicles, the last of which was acquired in 2008, and all of it within MPP time. In 2021, by the kind instruction of the President to the Finance Minister to assist me, 91 vehicles were acquired for the Ministry of Justice. Beyond that, the office has had 8 office accommodation challenges for God knows how long. Papa Wilson Kumar, High Commissioner, was Attorney General from about 2003 to about 2004. Precisely, that's the year I was called to about 2003. And I visited him when I was SRC General Secretary. I visited Papa Wilson Kumar in 2002 to pay homage to him. Not knowing in future, I'll be assuming the same seat. So, In order to address the accumulation challenges, the MPP government, with all the foresight and vision that it had, led by Nana Akufo-Addo as Atenjura in 2001, commenced the construction of what we call the Law House, a new office accommodation for those Atenjura. Atenjura, after Nana Akufo-Addo contributed, Papa Wiswankuma came to contribute. Right after NDC assumed office in 2009, the project, as we can all imagine, was abandoned. We came back again. My boss, former boss, Gloria Kufu, also contributed and all that. By the time I assumed office at Angel, the building was 36% complete. Today, the building has been completed and commissioned last week. A building that was started by Akufo-Addo in 2001. It took the same Akufo-Addo again to come and complete it. So I'm saying that we should resist all the lies, deception, and deceit of the NDC. And indeed, that's their stock in trade. And I personally, I can attest to that. Yes, we've been around. We're in Ghana, and of course, we've been in UK. My brother who lives in London called me anxiously last time he entered a barber shop. And said, talking about the Atenjura. They didn't know that the Atenjura's brother was next in line for his head to be cut. And all that. So what's happening? This young gentleman that they admire and all that. But again, the lies, deception, and the deceit of the NDC was at work. And within a matter of 2 days, when we started our cross-examination of the person who was spreading all those lies, you see how the matter is going. Their case has crumbled. As the president will say, case now turns to. So indeed, we should resist the deception, lies, and NDC. They'll come with all kinds of presentation about every major action or step being taken by this government. And therefore, we should be on the... Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General. There's a question about the Ghana Airways. What are we doing? What contract have we signed? I believe Honorable Kalasa wanted to add something to one of the questions earlier on. I'm not sure whether he's willing to then contribute onto that question. Honorable, what do you think?
Well, no, of course, not the Ghana Airways one. But just on top of what the Finance Minister and the GIPC boss have said about local industries, I just like to also make us understand what the present government, or Nana Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia's government, has done for industries in Ghana, of course, which is unprecedented. In the first year of NPP, Nana Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia government, 2017, the government introduced what we call the stimulus package to actually support viable but distressed companies that were on their knees that couldn't come up to produce anymore. The government voted money for such companies. About 96 companies were supported to come up again and start production. And today, as I speak, these companies are still working. Indeed, also for local industries, if you are registered with GIPC, every machinery and equipment you bring into the country is free of import duty, which is something that we do for local industry. And again, if this industry or this factory is registered with customs, all your import duties are admitted to what we call the concessionary duty rates of 5%, of which Dr. Bawumia has promised that when he comes, he's going to even pick that 5% and throw it away, so that import duty on raw materials will be zero, to boost production and assist me and you, our children and our brothers and sisters, to get more work to do. So in fact, if anybody wants to know what the government is doing for local industries, it is beyond just tax amnesty and tax rebates. We are doing everything that we can as a government, as a country, to ensure that people who have already invested their monies in the country would get that reprieve and have the interest to make their monies stay in the country. We've been speaking to them. Of course, it's important that we engage them somehow. And when you speak to them, what you hear is about this dollar issues, which has diluted their capital. But listening to the minister right now, I think that from tomorrow, they are going to start laughing again. And that's what you and I want to hear and want to see. So I think that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you for that response. Mabre, you've done really well. I forgot to recognize three very important people. I apologize for it. I would like to recognize Ambassador Edward Boateng, former ambassador to China and former Director General of SIGA. Ambassador Fachebe, also, our own Richard Jemfi is here from the Scholarship Secretariat as the head of Diaspora Relations, and Ms. Abigail Laye, Deputy CEO of NAIP. You're welcome to UK Town Hall. Thank you very much. Maybe I do know we have a quick presentation to make, and so Isa, if you can come up. The Zongo community had prepared some citation to deliver to the community has prepared. I'll get back to you in a minute. The community has prepared to present citation to His Excellency, who unfortunately couldn't be here tonight. I think in his stead, perhaps the leader to accept the citation for His Excellency. Yeah. So His Excellency is also here. So yes, befitting His Excellency, Ghana High Commissioner to United Kingdom, our very own Papa Usonkoma. I think if we come up the stage, the cameras can capture it a little bit better than below. Thank you. So these are reps from our very esteemed Zongo community in the United Kingdom.
Kukrudu. Kukrudu. Yeah, so I am the Razak Abubakari, the Nasara UK Secretary. With me here are the Nasara representatives, and we are presenting this citation signed by Alhaji Amadou Sanusi, who is the elder and Sarakin Zongo of Europe, and also Alhaji Abdul Razak, Chief Imam, Ghana Muslims Union, United Kingdom. The citation reads, citation in honor of His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, in recognition of your outstanding services and dedication to Ghana. Your profound impact and dedication reverberates throughout Ghana. Your unwavering commitment of humanity has been a beacon of inspiration, fortifying the bonds of faith and community. We are deeply honored to present this citation to you as a token of our heartfelt appreciation. Your regular visits to our community in the UK and request for special prayers for our nation are testimonies to your enduring dedication and connection with us. May your legacy of service and commitment continue to inspire future generations.
Well, on behalf of His Excellency, the Vice President, I accept this citation and hereby hand it over to the Minister of Finance and Honorable Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business in Parliament to send to His Excellency. And on behalf of His Excellency, wish to thank you so much for the honor that you've accorded him. Okay.
Thank you very much for that. Reps from our Zongo community in the United Kingdom. We're going to do the vote of thanks, so please do get ready. Yapoa Mwachenti upia bontana yema bibi kakra na ode ato ano. Thank you for the reminder. I think the Honorable Finance Minister will take that question.
So if we haven't answered, it's just because we don't have the details. That is why we haven't provided the answers. So we will talk to the Minister for Transport and get the answers for the chairman of MPP UK. And if you have a platform, the answer can be shared on that platform for the benefit of all of you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Yaponwa, if you have one today, remember bibi kakra na yede ako na fe panyufono small meeting I was raw. At this point, I'll call on my very own Racha Hima, a women's organizer, to give us a vote of thanks, a very quick one. And then we have a closing prayer.
Thank you, Communication Director. First of all, let's all give thanks to Almighty God for making this occasion very successful. On behalf of our branch executives, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you gracing this special occasion, especially our minister in charge of Trinity Baptist Church, our Papa, Reverend Apia Ejay, for giving us such a auditorium free of charge. We are so grateful to you, Papa. Thank you so much. With your support and encouragement means a lot to us. We are truly honored to have you witness this occasion. I would like to extend our profound gratitude to Ghana High Commissioner, Papa Owusu Ankoma. Papa, for this immense contribution in making this event a success. Financial Minister, Honorable Muhammad Ahmed Anta, we are more grateful. Honorable Michael, Afenya Michael, majority. Okay. I'm so sorry. I just prompted to do vote of thanks, so forgive me if I miss any name, please. Majority Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Afenya Michael, we are grateful to have you here. Minister of Justice, Honorable Godfrey Dodame, thanks for gracing the occasion. Former CEO of MPA, Honorable Kokofu, we are more grateful to have you here. Our former Comms Director, Nana Akomia, thank you for coming to grace the occasion. My own boss, Miss Madam Shirley Chey, we are grateful to have you, the CEO of Mineral Commission, Deputy CEO of Mineral Commission, Deputy CEO of NEIP, Madam Abigail Laye. We are grateful to have you. And all the protocol observed, please pardon me if I miss any name. Let us embark on this journey together, filled with hope and determination, a shared vision for breaking the eight, for a brighter, better Ghana. We thank you once again all for gracing this occasion. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Hima, for your vote of thanks. At this point, we have a closing prayer by Imam Abdul Razak. Shall we please be on our feet for the closing prayer?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. We thank Allah for this successful gathering, and may Allah bless us all. May Allah show us another time. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much. Pacho, DJ Mayen, yana assassin binasi yadipie. Obi ejane bag ewa hard pacho, so I may so baga. Any glasses? So please look around for a bag and a glasses. Come and find me, and I'll give it to you. So thank you very much. Congratulations to everybody for just fantastic hanging around to the end of the program. God bless you all.